I mean, those are all things also that in robotics we do marketing and advertising. And I can almost guarantee you, if you go to a marketing firm and you talk to them about your robotics, I have no idea that a lot of people do that kind of stuff because why would they? If you tailor yourself towards that, you can all of a sudden become really unique because you're probably the first robotics team who's ever talked to them about marketing stuff. So how do you pick which companies you want to target? Okay, now you can decide this based on a couple of different things. There's a lot of different factors in terms of like who you should target. Which companies are there more of in your area? Which companies are the most profitable? Maybe they have money to spend. Which companies align best with your team's mission and values? Which companies do you have more connections with? Which companies could bring you the most value? You could bring the most value to. Okay, more on that in the coming slides. There's like a million things in terms of like how you should determine who you want to target for like sponsorship. But it's important basically to pick things that align with both your team and the business. Okay, and we're going to talk more about that here in a second and why that's really important. Sponsorship is a two-way street. Okay, it's not just about your team and what that business can do for you. It's what you also can do for that business. So it's really important that these are in alignment. Okay, so what do businesses want? Well, businesses want to solve problems within their business, and the more problems that you solve, the more valuable that you are. Right? The goal of any business is to get more money, to keep growing their business, and get bigger. Right? Like that's the end goal of pretty much every single business in the entire world. If you can help them do that, they will want to sponsor you because you are valuable to them. They need a lot of different things. There's a lot of different problems businesses have, right? They need more visibility in their community. Because like maybe people don't know that they're really around because they're small, right? They need help with company events that they run. Maybe they're a really big business and they have lots of people and they like to throw events, but like they always have to scramble to try to find people who can help them. They have funds they need to spend in order to get a tax break. Some businesses just have a budget and they just need to get rid of it by the end of the year so they get their tax break. And sometimes they just like don't know who to give the money to. Not usually a common problem, but it can be a problem. I've definitely seen it before. They need to increase their employee engagement within the company. Retention within companies is a huge issue. Like the average tenure of an associate in some companies is like 2 years. Meaning every 2 years they have turnover and they have to retrain people over and over and over again. And it takes a long time to train people. If they could keep people in their company for longer, it would make things smoother in their business. Maybe there's things that you could do that would show people in that company that their company cares about their community and therefore the people in the company want to stay with that company because they like that company. They need to nurture their pipeline of potential future employees, right? All of you here in this room that are students are all future employees to some business somewhere. And if that business could get a hold of you before you get to the point where you have to make a decision for what business you want to work for, they already have a leg up on their competitors. Because you already know in your mind, like, oh, I know that business because like I saw them at Jumpstart or I have some kind of connection with them. You're already kind of more inclined to move towards that business in terms of future employment than some other random business you've never heard of before, right? So if these businesses can like get to you first, they kind of have a little bit of an advantage of like the chances of you working for them is a little bit higher, which is valuable. Or they need more leads, potential customers they can sell their products to. Right? All of you have connections to people that have money that need to buy things. And if the business could tap into the people that you know, you have customers for them, right? That's valuable. The list is endless in terms of what businesses want, but these are all just things that you can think about, right? So why should they pick you? There's a lot of ways businesses can solve their problems. It doesn't necessarily mean to be that you are the one who can help them solve their problems, but the question you need to ask yourself is, why are you the primary reason or the primary solution that they should look towards to solve any of these problems that I just listed in the previous slide, right? And what's your unique angle that differentiates you from all of these other things that they could potentially be doing to solve their problems, right? And so this is really important for you to understand. Every team should have one of these. This is what we call your value proposition. This is like when someone asks you, like a business comes to you, like, well, what do you do? The answer you give them is this, okay? It's not like, well, we build robots, or you talk about competitions and regionals and world championship, like none of that stuff, okay? It's this. We are, insert team name. And we help specific type of person, or in this case, specific type of business, so that they can solve specific type of problem. The more specific you are, the better. Because again, we want to market to specific businesses, not all businesses. Okay, so it's important that you know who you're targeting. You explain how you do it, right? We do this by explain what you do, right? In a short, easy to understand manner. No jargon, no robotics words. Don't even use FRC. They're like, I don't know what the heck that means. Or FTC or FLL. They don't know what those words mean, right? Use easy to understand words that anyone can understand. Then you explain to them like they could do some other thing that would like solve this issue that you potentially could help them with. But the reason why they should choose your team is because you're unique and special, right? You know something, or you have something that other things don't have. And then at the end you can have a potential call to action, which is like, what should the business do next, right? So for example, for me, I run Marketing Robots, social media channel. I am focused on helping robotics teams learn better marketing to help grow their programs, get more sponsorship, and recruit future team members, right? So, right, I'm Marketing Robots. I help first robotics teams level up their marketing so that they can gain more awareness in their community, gain more sponsorships and funding, ultimately grow their programs. I do this by breaking down marketing concepts into easy to understand videos on social media. Right, you could YouTube all of the concepts I teach. You could read tons of marketing books. You could take online courses that teach marketing, but none of them are going to understand the unique experience that is FIRST Robotics. The reason I'm different is I've been a FIRST Robotics coach since 2018, and I've seen firsthand how better marketing can help grow a robotics program. So if that's something you'd like for your program, you should subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow my other social media pages where I post about this stuff all the time, and it's free. Okay, so we figured out who we want to target based on whatever criteria we've decided. We've determined what makes us valuable to this business and why they would want to sponsor us. How do we begin the conversation? Okay. This is something that is also super important, okay? We're talking about leads. Cold leads, warm leads, and hot leads, okay? What are leads? Leads are potentially businesses who could sponsor you. Okay, that's a lead. Someone you should follow up with. Okay, that's a lead. And there's different levels of temperature based on how ready and willing are they to sponsor your team. Okay, hot leads are businesses who already know who you are, what you do. They already have an interest in what you do. They align with it. They have money they're ready to give away, and you just need to ask them, and they're like almost there. They're like almost ready to sign the check, right? They're super hot. Warm leads, businesses who know of your team and maybe a little bit of what you do. They think what you do seems kind of cool, but they don't fully know like all the details. They could be willing to give you money, but you kind of need to do some explaining or convincing before they can really make a decision. That's a warm lead. Okay, so you kind of got your foot in the door. They sort of know a little bit about you. Like you're not a complete stranger, right? But they don't know enough yet to be like already convinced they want to help you. Then you got cold leads. Businesses that don't know who you are. They have no idea what you do besides robotics, whatever that is. And they're probably very unlikely to give you money since they have no idea, like they have no reason to do so. My guess is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you're probably starting here. That could be true, could be not. For the people in this room, I'm not sure. But most robotics teams are typically starting here. You really want to be starting here, so you can get them to here. Okay? So how do we do that? One of the easiest things first is find someone within the business that you have a connection with to start talking to. If you're going down the route of a cold lead, like you're reaching out to businesses that have no idea who you are, they're just in your area and you're just sending emails, right? That is a numbers game. The more emails that you send, the more phone calls you make, the more outreach that you do to cold leads, it's just like if I reach out to 100 businesses a day and my success rate of getting a reply is like 1%, every day that I send to 100 businesses, I'll get one reply, right? So in a whole month, if I reach out to 100 businesses every single day for 30 days, right, that's going to be 3,000 businesses. And of the 3,000 businesses, I'll have gotten 30 replies. Now, of the 30 replies, how many of those actually convert into a sponsorship? Right? It's probably even less. Of the 30 replies, I maybe, again, have like a 5% success rate, maybe. It's just math at that point, right? Really difficult to get sponsorships that way. However, if we start by talking to someone that we already know, they're going to be a warm lead. They know who you are, at least to some degree. Like, hey, maybe you have someone on your team who is a parent, their student is on the team, and so you reach out to the business saying, hey, I'm reaching out because so-and-so who works at your company has a student on our team, and I'd like to discuss maybe having a sponsorship opportunity. And now they're like more receptive to listen. They're like, oh yeah, I know Mary. Yeah, oh sure, yeah, I can have some time to talk, right? Because you're not some random stranger like calling on the phone. How many of you get like the spam phone calls and you're like, you don't even pick them up, or half the time you're like, hello, right? And you mess with them because it's just fun. Like you're not really going to like humor them to whatever they're trying to sell you. People hate being sold stuff. Hate it. So if you're just sending random emails to people who don't know who you are, it's the same thing as like someone calling you from some random spam number. The likelihood that you answer is super low. It's no different for a business. But if you get a phone call from a name that you recognize, you're like, oh, I don't know why they're calling me, right? Even if it's someone like you haven't talked to in like 5 years, but their number's in your phone, you're like, you're probably gonna pick it up because you at least know who they are, right? Warm lead. They already have a connection with you. Now it's harder to find hot leads with no pre-work. So usually we're going to start with warm leads. It's very unlikely that you'll already have a hot lead, because typically you have to nurture leads from cold to warm to hot, or at least from warm to hot, okay? But you want to start at the warm level. Now there's other ways that you can create warm leads if you don't have connections, because that's something teams are like, well, we don't know anybody to reach out to, right? So like, what do? I don't know, I don't have any connections. That's okay. You can create warm leads yourself. And the best way to do that is utilizing social media effectively. Half the battle, to be honest, is just getting businesses to know who you are before you it's not going to be effective. So the best way in this day and age is to use social media and create content on a consistent basis and put it in places for people to see that explains who you are, what you do, what makes you special, because then most of the time people will comment back like, oh, that was really great video, or oh, that was super neat, right? And then you like reply back to them like, oh, what did you like about it? Blah, blah, blah. Like you start a conversation, and maybe you find out that they're some person at some random company, and he can reach out to that company saying, hey, I had a really interesting conversation with this person on Facebook, and they said I should reach out to you about potentially talking about a sponsorship. And again, now you've got a warm lead that you created yourself, okay? Or people, oftentimes when you post on social media enough, they just know who you are. Like they see your stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I remember like seeing that one thing on Instagram. Like that was you guys? Like yeah, that was us. Oh, that was super cool. Like yeah, your robot that shot this cone was super neat. Great, they know who you are. They know like what your thing is, and now they're a warm lead because you're not a random stranger, right? So you can make warm leads yourself. It's probably best to start with someone you have a connection with because it's the fastest way. This takes time and consistent effort, but it's still very powerful, right? If you do both. Okay, so we've got some warm leads. We figured out who we can talk to. We want to start by scheduling a discovery call. Okay, so this is. You reach out by email. You could maybe make a phone call, but to be honest, trying to call someone on the phone and like hope that you can talk to them like right there and then, it's not likely, right? Because people are working, they're busy during the day, they got meetings, etc. Like you don't have time to probably just chat. So usually you want to reach out by email. You state who you are. You state that you believe there could be some value for a potential sponsorship. Again, it's important here that you iterate there is valuable things and why they should sponsor you. It's not just like, hey, I'm reaching out because I'm wondering if you'd be willing to donate to our robotics team. Dead on arrival. No way. It's not going to happen. Or at least at that point, it's a numbers game. You want to be bringing up like, hey, I think there could be some valuable things if we help each other out. Okay? And you primarily just want to learn more about their business first and how they operate. Ask them questions to learn what problems they're facing in their business. Okay? The whole point of this discovery call is to learn, not to get a sponsorship. You're basically making friendships. You're making a friend. Okay? That's what you're doing first. You make a relationship. Hey, I'm really interested. Your business is in our area. You know, I'm from the local robotics team, and I just really wanted to know what you guys do. Oh, okay. Well, this is what we do. Oh, that's really interesting. You know, we do things like that on our team too. That's kind of neat. Have you ever, like, you know, do you know that our team is in your area? No, we didn't know that. Oh, yeah, we're right down the road. In fact, we have the motors that, like, you guys make. We use them on our robot. It's great. Did you realize that? No, we didn't know that. Oh, yeah. You know, it would be really cool if maybe we could help each other out. You have motors that we could use. You know, we have students who know how to do some certain things. Maybe we could talk about some, whatever. All you're talking about is like what their business does, how it relates with what you guys do, and you're just having a conversation and making a friend. Okay? That's the discovery call. And in this call, if you find out or learn that there's anything that this business is maybe trying to do that your team could help with, now you have an opportunity. You have a potential sponsorship opportunity. Okay? Now, it's really hard, of course, to do all of that in just one meeting, one phone call. So oftentimes you want to schedule a follow-up to discuss sponsorship. Okay? The discovery call is, again, just to learn about the business, learn if there's anything between you that like you guys could help each other with. And if there is, if you believe that there could be value for the business to sponsor your team, after your discovery call, you schedule a follow-up to discuss what that could look like. And this could take multiple meetings. Like you could meet with a business 5 times before you maybe eventually close the deal. Okay, at this point, we're talking about sales, by the way, and in case none of you realize this. Like this is sales. This is literally selling. But it's not doing it in the sleazy, like car salesman way. It's doing it in the right way that we should do sales. Okay? It could take multiple meetings, a lot of follow-ups, right? You meet on a Monday, and then they're like, yeah, let's. I'll go back and talk to the person or whoever makes the decision, and I'll get back to you, right? And then of course they get busy and they forget. So like a week later, you send a follow-up. Hey, we had a really great conversation last Monday. I know that you went away to talk to so-and-so. Have you had time to talk to them yet? I'd be really interested to keep chatting about this. Oh, I'm sorry, I've been busy. Yeah, I'll talk to them this week, I promise. Okay, great, right? And then maybe like 2 days, 3 days later, they send the email back. Hey, I chatted with so-and-so. You know, they'd like to talk again. Can we set up another meeting? Yep, no problem. Set up another meeting, talk again, right? And you keep doing that until either eventually you get a sponsorship or you don't. But again, the chances of that happening are much higher when you're going down this road of like actually learning and listening about what the business wants. And it's not just like, what can we get from you, okay? Getting a sponsorship where there's no value for the business is only going to lead to short-lived sponsors. Not sustainable year after year support, which is what we want, right? We want sponsors that are going to want to be a part of our team year after year after year. At least for I would say minimum of like 3 years. Sponsorships don't last forever. That's the reality of it, right? Like businesses can't do it forever, depending, of course, on what the sponsorship looks like. But at some point, oftentimes, like, you know, they just can't support it anymore and you split ways. And that's okay. But you don't want it to have for 1 year. Preferably maybe 3 years, right? Get some foundation for your funding or whatnot, and then you can build from there. And then when you lose a sponsorship, it's not as devastating because you've got other sponsors that you've been doing the same thing with, and it's basically like having a business on retainer, right? Like they pay you X thousand dollars a year, and then you do work for them for like that time period, and you do that with 10 businesses, right? You lose one, it's just a small amount of your income. Like it's not devastating. But if that's the only business you have and you lose them, it's like, oh my gosh, we don't have any funding now. Like, what are we going to do? That's bad, right? That's really bad. You don't want that to happen. Because then you're in scramble mode to try to figure out, like, how are we going to make this up? We just lost this giant, thing of funding that we had, and we didn't do anything to get any more between that time. Okay? Okay. This is a really important part of this presentation. I'm curious if anyone is interested in role play with me. Because I'm curious to see how you talk to a business owner. So the point of this right now is I want to play the business owner here, okay? And I'm going to give you some context. I'm curious if any of you are willing to do this with me, even if it's a mentor. You're the best. Okay. So I'm a medium-sized business who makes electric motors and gearboxes for various types of machinery. I had no idea what First Robotics is. Okay? You're the student or mentor. You know that this business could be a potential sponsor to your team because we can both bring value to each other. Your students are their future employees, and they have materials or maybe funding that your team could use. The business is also in your area, so it would increase their goodwill in the community if they sponsored your team. How do we start this conversation? Okay, so you're the student, I'm the business owner, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, I'm just doing my job on my computer. Are you gonna email me, or are you gonna phone call me?
Email.
You want to email? Okay, cool. What's your email gonna say?
It would say hi, my name is blank from from the first robotics team 5270 E5. I believe a partnership between us would be mutually beneficial.
Okay. Right. And that's the email?
That would be the start.
That'd be the start. Okay. I know, it's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. That's why I was like, anyone want to role play with me? Because I'm definitely going to put you on the spot.
He'll take over from
You want to take over? Okay.
Sure.
So you say, hi, I'm so-and-so from robotics team number. I think the sponsorship would be mutually beneficial. Then what?
We understand that you have, or that you could use some goodwill in our community. We are fairly close. We believe that if you funded us, this would be great for you. This would increase your publicity. This would,
Okay. And what should I do? It's okay, by the way.
yeah, sorry. This is literally just the
Yep.
first time I've done anything.
Yep.
So I'm trying to.
That's, hey, again, like, it's okay. So, learning how to talk to businesses is challenging, right? That's the whole point of this, and that's why we're gonna do this here real quick. So, okay, so to point out some of the things you just said that were good and that were not good. One, you obviously introduce who you are. Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm from this team number. First off, that team number is irrelevant. They have no idea what that means. So not to say it's not important, but like, it's just gibberish to them, right? They don't know what that means. But that's fine, right? You described who you were. You said, hey, I think there could be some value between a beneficial sponsorship, right? Okay, cool. So you kind of start like establish, hey, there's a reason why I'm kind of reaching out to you about some stuff. Now, you made a really big error. You said, I believe this could bring goodwill for your company in the community. Basically, you just said to them, hey, I think people don't like your company in our community, but if you pair with us, we're going to make it better for you. You automatically made an assumption that you think you already know what their problem is. Do you know what their problem is? You have no idea, right? You have no idea what this business wants, what they find valuable. And again, right now, we're just trying to start the conversation. What's the first thing that we want to set up when we start the conversation? A discovery call. What's the purpose of a discovery call? To learn what the business wants and what they care about, right? If we're going in hot and already like, I already know what you care about. You care that the community has goodwill for you. And you care like, no. Think of it like this. You're a doctor. When you go to the doctor, you're like, hey doctor, my stomach hurts. And they're like, oh, no problem, take this medicine, go home. Is that what they do? They just like give you something and like, yep, go on your merry way, I solved your problem. What do? They what? They ask questions. Why do they ask questions?
So they can diagnose you.
They can diagnose what your problem is, right? Maybe you're like, oh, my stomach hurts. Like, oh, well, what have you eaten recently? Like, I don't know, it's normal food. Okay. Well, have you done any physical exercise? Did you have an injury of some kind? Well, yeah, my friend actually drop kicked me in the stomach yesterday. Oh, okay, right? If I give you this medication, it's probably not going to solve the problem. You have like a broken rib, right? So the purpose of this email is to basically find out about the business, right? So we don't want to go in assuming like we already know what the problem is. We want to go in saying like, hey, I'm so-and-so. Now, again, in this role play scenario, you can kind of make up whatever you want, right? Because it's a role play. But knowing the things that we talked about before, hopefully you're reaching out to this business and it's not a cold call, meaning they have no idea who you are. Hopefully you have done a little bit of research and figured out that this business is someone you have a connection with. Maybe there is someone who works on your team, a mentor, who works at this company. right? So you send the email saying, hi, so-and-so, I'm reaching out to you because so-and-so on my team recommended that I reach out to you because they thought that there could be some value that a sponsorship between our business and my robotics team could be. Would you be open to having a discussion about this or chatting with me sometime? It shouldn't take maybe any longer than about 10 or 15 minutes. Done, right? And then they can decide, oh, Mary said they, okay, oh yeah, hi so-and-so. Yeah, I know who that is, and yeah, I'd love to chat. I'm not really sure I know much about your team, but sure, I think I can make 15 minutes of time in my day. Great, wonderful. When would you be open? Maybe this week or next week? You know, would you like to talk on the phone? Would you like to do a Google meeting call? Right? I would say you very much want to talk to them face to face in person. You don't want to have long conversations over email. A lot of emotion and context gets lost in text. Okay? So face to face, you can ask questions, take notes, what you want to do. Okay? So, we want to start by, again, we know somebody. We bring up the fact that there's a connection between us. I'm not some random stranger reaching out to you. Like, there's a reason why I'm reaching out to you. Okay? And ask them questions. What does your business do? You know, I know you're in our area. I know you kind of do this, but like, what is your business? Like, if you had to explain what your business does, what do you do? And they like, businesses love talking about themselves, by the way. They love talking about themselves. Like, let them talk all they want. Like, oh, this is what we do, and we're the third largest manufacturing, blah, blah, blah. You're like, oh, wow, interesting, right? Write all these things down. But like, and then you go, are there any issues that like you're having within your company that you'd be willing to like discuss with me? Like, you know, maybe, you know, like visibility in the community, or maybe like, you know, like future employee, like what does your pipeline look like for future employees? Like, where do you typically go? How do you find your future employees? Do you guys do any kind of like workshops, or do you go to any kind of job fairs, right? You just ask all these questions just to learn, like, you know, the things that you bring to the table, are they things that the business cares about? You kind of, they're sort of leading questions, but you ask them these things to learn, is there something that maybe you could help them with? Okay, then that's how you go from there. So, that's how we want to do our discovery calls. That's how we want to start talking and having that conversation. In terms of creating content to make warm leads yourself, again, some of you are probably on social media doing this for your team already, but creating content that's consistent across your platforms is really important because, again, if we're trying to create warm leads for ourselves, we want businesses, anytime they see our content, to know it's our team's, right? Like, they go on Facebook and it looks this way, and then they go to Instagram and it's completely different. They can't connect the dots. They have no idea that those are they're the same people. Because your Instagram account is run by your students and it's completely a bunch of memes and TikToks and viral things, and your Facebook is run by the parents and it's all just promotional things about our events coming up, right? And like there's no connection between them. Not good. We want consistency across our platforms so that we're recognizable. This can help your team create content with a consistent look. It's clarifying for everyone on your team what your team's identity looks like. It's helpful for sponsors if they want to share information about your team. Again, other people see it and they immediately recognize, oh, that's the robotics team, because it always looks a certain way and always sounds a certain way. I do have a video on this on my YouTube. So if you're interested in making what we call a brand board, which is this here, I recommend watching that. But this is something that's got your fonts, your colors, your logos, your voice. Oh, in this one I didn't put any of that, but like, a lot of times it will have like, what is your voice, your team's voice sound like? When you put things out there, are you usually humorous? Are you usually serious? Are you usually trying to be like kind of pulling on emotion all the time? Like you're telling like heartfelt kind of stories? Like, what does your team's voice sound like? And you put that on here as well. That way, if other people make content for your team, again, it's consistent. And it's not like, well, you know, I do it this way, but Billy does it that way. And it's very clear when Billy posts compared to when I post. We don't want that. Yeah.
What is your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel is Marketing Robots. Yep. In fact, all my socials will be at the end here. So, okay. Once you've got your sponsors, keep them year after year. Okay. The key to getting sponsors that want to support you year after year is to build a relationship where the sponsor feels like they're a partner and they're not just a piggy bank. Now, ways that you can make your sponsors feel valued, right? Help them fix the problems that you learned about in that initial discovery call. If you do a discovery call to learn what their issues are and then you don't do anything to help solve them, there's like almost zero chance they're going to continue to sponsor you. So like, hey, when we first chatted, you talked about all these things and you didn't do any of them, right? That feels really shady. Feels really bad. That's like, again, you go to buy something from a store, they tell you all the things it can do, and you bring it home, you're like, this doesn't do any of the things it said it was going to do. And you're like, what the heck? That was a waste of like $100. Feels terrible, right? Don't do that. Share information with your team, with them on a consistent basis. They feel like they're part of your team. Again, like they're a partner. They're in this with you, not just like, hey, thanks for giving us the thing, and they're like, we'll see you again in 12 months. Like, oh, okay. Thanks, I guess, right? That doesn't feel good either. Like they just feel like they're being used. Show your appreciation and thankfulness for their support, right? Tell them thank you. Send them thank you cards. Put things on Facebook about it or social media about it, right? Like invite them to your space and like show them the thing and at the end be like, hey, we really appreciate your support. Like with the help you've given us, like look what we've accomplished. Like this has been great. We really appreciate it. And every year, see how you can be even more valuable to your sponsor by learning about new problems they have you can help with. One of the easiest ways to get more like funding or support is to utilize the sponsors you already have. So like if you have a sponsor, let's say like year after year they give you $500. Then you go like, hey, we appreciate every year you've given us $500. We're wondering like what could we do that you would be willing to give us $1,000 this year? You're like, well, maybe you could get this. I'm like, oh, we could do that. Okay, yeah, sure. Like let's get something together. If you can increase your sponsorship to $1,000, like we will do this for you. I'm like, oh, okay. It's $1,000. Like you just 2x your sponsorship. And maybe like the next year or the year after, you're like, hey, we appreciate that you've been giving us $1,000. What can we do where you'd be like willing to up that to $2,000? Maybe there's always something. I can tell you that. Every single business, every person, if you can find what they care about, money is not a factor in this world. It's not. You can always make more money. Always. Every business can always make more money. But money doesn't always fix the problems that you have because money can't solve everything, right? So, like $2,000 might seem a lot. $5,000, $25,000, that might seem like a lot of money. But if you fix a problem for a business that is worth it, they will pay that money to you in 2 seconds, like so fast. Like, well, yeah, it's worth it. If this $25,000 is going to help us fix this problem that we can't fix, heck yeah, here you go, right? You just got to figure out what that is. Now, this is only the beginning. Okay, effective marketing utilizes a lot of different tools. So if you want to learn more, you can always contact me. These are all my
days of marketing and more involved with this kind of stuff on the team is we would talk to kids about robotics. And we show them in building robots. You know what the sponsors are interested in? We're building these kids. We're building these young people. We're turning them into somebody who like
potential future employees, right?
So that's kind of what your thought process I think needs to be. Hey, look at these kids. We're building up these kids.
Yeah. Businesses, to be honest, right? People are super valuable. Right? I mean, like, think of the lifetime of an employee. What was my name? I don't know if I did say my name. I'm Jeremy Bosquez. I'm a mentor on Team 728, the Binary Battalion. I was the head coach of Team 7530. Now the Raiders of the Lost Spark. They changed their name, so I gotta keep remembering it's not Fargo anymore. Out of Watertown Mayor, I was the head coach. I started that team out in 2018. I was there until fall of 2023. Stepped away from that team. So the 2024 year, I wasn't really with any teams, and then I started with SCNA like the fall of 2024. So last year, the first season with them, just as a marketing mentor, not a head coach or anything like that. This is my second year now with them again.
What do you think the most effective social medias are for marketing your team?
Good question. First, I guess my question back to that would be, what does your team care about the most? Who does your team care about the most is really the answer to the question.
Our community.
Your community, okay.
And just the technology community at large.
Okay, so the people you care about the most is your community, like your area?
Yeah.
What kind of people in your community?
People who are interested in the STEM field.
So are we talking about adults? Are we talking about kids?
Everyone really.
But we don't want to care about everyone. You don't want to care about everyone, see, and that's the problem right there. Is who do you really care about? If you had to pick one type of person in your community who's interested in the STEM field, which one do you really care about the most? Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, right? Are they on Facebook? Nope. On LinkedIn? Nope. So what social media platforms do you care about?
YouTube and TikTok.
And Instagram too, right? Now YouTube is kind of its own special one. I wouldn't really consider YouTube an actual social media platform. It's really more of a search engine, like Google. Right? People go onto YouTube to like find things or learn things. Sometimes, obviously, if you're bored, you go onto YouTube just like find something entertaining to watch or something to watch. But a lot of times, like people use it to search stuff. Compared to true social media is like content you're scrolling through all the time, right? And you're seeing tons and tons and tons of stuff. That's like true social media when you're commenting back on people and you're like having conversations to some degree. YouTube is much more just about the person and like finding something you want. So true social media would be like Instagram and TikTok. Right? YouTube is obviously also good for other factors, but yeah. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah.
I've got that question quite a few times, by the way, and that's always the question I ask. Is like, well, depends who you care about, right? Because you can't care about everybody.
Okay, so I know it depends on each team, but how often do you think a team should be posting on, let's say, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, any of the social medias during those seasons?
Okay, so also great question. Depends on the platform, because every platform is different, and again, has different audiences. Different people are on it, but kind of different tolerances for things. So first thing is you should pick one of the platforms and do that one. Okay. Okay.
Instead of ignoring impact videos and all that stuff.
Okay. So we're gonna pick YouTube. That's the platform we're gonna focus on. Okay. Okay. So now the question is, how often should you be posting on YouTube? Right. Okay. Now there's two different types of videos on YouTube. There's long form and there's short form. Which one do you care about? Okay, so short form video. Okay, so how often should you be posting short form video on YouTube? Is that the question? Okay. You see what we're doing here? We're narrowing down the focus. How often should we post short form videos on YouTube? Now there's the answer I would give you for best practice, and then there's the real answer. Okay? Best practice answer is probably 2 times a week. Minimum of 1. The real answer is as often as you can. And when I say as often as you can, is like as often as you realistically can and be consistent without burning yourself out or burning your team out. So like if you can consistently make a short form video and post it once a week, do it. If you can't and like you just can't keep up, maybe 2 times a week or once every 2 weeks. See, that's easier to do. You can consistently do that. To be honest, when it comes to social media, it's not about frequency, it's about consistency. Because the algorithms and your audience are like expecting to see things from you on a consistent basis. So if it's random, I don't know, like I post once every blue moon or when I feel like it. This week I posted twice, and then the next week I don't post anything, and the whole month goes by, and then I post again, and then like 2 weeks go by and I post 5 things, and then it's like all over the place, right? Like they have like no idea, like, should I expect you sometime this week? Like, I have no idea, right? Consistent. So if you consistently do it once a week. Best practice is like probably twice a week or even more, but the easiest is once a week is, I would say, pretty easy to maintain, especially when it's not just one person. Like if you have more than just you doing it, once a week is pretty simple. Because if you can batch record, like you go to practice and you come up with like, I don't know, 10 ideas of like videos to make, and you record 10 videos, and you go back and like, okay, we got 5 people, or even 3, or even 2 people. You edit 5, and I'll edit 5. That's 10 weeks of content from one practice, because you're only going to post 1 a week, right? Now you got tons of time to go make whatever else you want to make. If you just schedule it once every week for 10 weeks, right? That's like more than 2 months. Which, by the way, I have a video on my YouTube channel of doing exactly that. So if you're interested in seeing that, I do have a video of me going to the practice, coming out with I think 10 or 9 different post ideas, and then I like even show you how I edited them and post them. So that's on my YouTube channel too. But good. Got a hand down there. Guys, got a question? Question.
To expand on one of the questions you asked him at the narrowing down was who's your target audience, adults or students? From a marketing perspective, in your opinion, who should we target? Should we use money or the student for voice?
Okay. So I'll ask you some questions back. What does your team need right now?
Money,
Okay, so who has money?
adults.
That's who you should target. Your marketing, to be honest, at the end of the day, the purpose of marketing is to persuade people to do something that you want them to do. And whatever it is that you want them to do, hopefully, is going towards a goal that you're trying to achieve. So if the goal for your team right now is to increase your funding, then your marketing should be doing things to persuade people with money to help fund your team. And the people with money would be probably the adults. I say probably. There are probably some students out there who are like entrepreneur, doing stuff. There was a kid that I had in Watertown that I taught. He was running a business at like 16, selling. He would sell like cubicle desks and stuff for like companies, right? When they renovate and they need to build all these cubicles out, and he would sell them. Like I don't even know how he got into this, but he was like he had like a legit business as like a sophomore. I'm like, dude, what? It's crazy. Great kid. So I don't want to be like, there's not students out there who have money, because there probably are, but most likely don't. So.
Are you doing this all year? Or are you only doing it during build season? You have a small team, and it doesn't have to be just 3 people.
Sure.
So for how is that?
So yeah. So
And
the
other activities and,
the question is basically like, how often should you be marketing your team, right? All year long, just during the build season, right? Again, there's 2 answers. There's best practice and there's the real answer. Best practice is all year long. Consistently, all the time. That's the best practice. The real answer, as much as you can. So obviously during the season when students are active and around, you might be more frequent. But then once the season ends and they're all like off doing their own things, right? No one pays attention to your team Slack and other channels, and it's just you, might be less active, but I wouldn't have it go to 0. Right? I would never have it truly go down to like nothing anymore. Where it's like we're only active for like 4 months and then it's like dead for 8. I would never have that happen, because I'll like, in terms of social media and like again the algorithms and how they push stuff, the more consistent you are, then the algorithm like knows when to expect you, and it can help like push your stuff. And if you just like completely go away, it's like So maybe during the season, you can post like once a week, and then maybe when the season's over, it's like, I'm gonna post every once a month, once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something, right? But I wouldn't have it truly go to zero. That's my own thoughts. Any other questions? Okay. Well, as I said, you can always reach out to me anytime you want to. If you do have any other questions, I do have a second session going on in round 3. That one is how to effectively market your robotics. That session is more about how do you just set up your team. Stuff like we're not really focused, like there's no goals in mind. Okay, that's different stuff also. So okay. Well, thank you all for spending the time with me here today. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have a great rest of your job day.
Testing, testing, test, test.
So is I've had students also who like they want to do this thing. Like this is what I think is fun. I want to do this. Okay. To be honest, I usually let them do that, and I'm like, do it and do it very well. And then I will find someone else to then do the other thing that we need to do because what they're doing is still valuable, right? Like I had a student who just loved doing this podcast. He did a podcast. It was great, and for within the school, it was huge. We got tons of like just. And that podcast was great. Out there, obviously there's no cost. But like student engagement is really good in our school is good for recruitment, right? So I usually play to their strengths and let them do that. Really good. So that's where I would say, hey, hey, I noticed that you're really good at this. I want you to reflect. Give him that guidance and say, because this is the thing you're good at and you like it, let's have it. And then I'll try to find someone else who can do other things. Yeah, yeah, and that's where like the same thing where I can't do everything. You gotta do something that you like really well and you like it.
There's a public. Unless you're doing something really intensive, I have an administrative one, but you can just log in and log in. Do you mind wearing a mic? Either go around your neck or around the headband, ear, whatever it is. I didn't get the audio working the last session until about 5 minutes into the session. That's why I just had it sitting up on the podium, but it definitely picked
lot better. Correct. And then any questions that I ask, kind of reiterate the question a little
Yep.
bit. I'm watching the chat. Nothing's coming in yet, but
Okay.
monitoring on my phone.
Is he okay? I wanted to. Is this good? Just gonna check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on the screen here. So
Okay.
I shut off the stream on the phone for some reason.
So public, you want me on, or I guess actually I have it. I have it on my. Just make sure everything works here.
And I'll adjust the gains over on my side once you start actually talking.
Mm-hmm.
Starts at 10:20. 5 minutes.
Do we have? Is
Do
this
you,
just FRC, or do we have FTC, or
Pardon me?
is this just FRC, or do we have FTC at Jumpstart? Or
Are you doing anything on the projector?
yes.
HDMI is this red cord right here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you have a you're a mom? Do you have a tissue? I only have my computer bag, so I don't have all my stuff.
Yeah, that one's used. That one's great. I threw 2 in my pocket this morning.
Thank you. Huh? Good deal. What do you think of those shirts, the Jumpstart shirts that they're wearing?
Cool.
Yeah, we should get some like that.
For our team shirts?
Yeah,
That'd be sick.
I should. I'll ask. Like that? If I should wear it? Okay. I'll have to ask Corey if that's good though. Should be fine. I talk loud enough, so. Is that good? Okay. should have a clicker. Need a clicker. I know, but then I can stand over there. I'm not tied to the podium. Have I sent you my Etsy store yet? Because I have all the new FRC ones up there. There's 29 new designs.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're so.
That's awesome. I'll
Yeah.
have to go check it out.
Yeah.
I know, because you have a Facebook, don't you?
It-
Like with the reels? I think I just recently. did
Yes,
that.
yeah. John was like all about doing a bunch of reels for me, and I was like, great, like go to town. And so yeah.
Man, you guys are good with your marketing. That's awesome. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. I know it's kind of flying in today, but this is
I know,
good.
I didn't
Yeah.
see you this morning. I was
I know.
like, oh. I'm like, oh, I thought you had 2 sessions.
I did, and then I think Daniel took my second one.
That's
So
what I thought
yeah,
happened.
yeah.
Because I was like, there's a Unified, but I talked to Kirk. Because I went up to them because we started Unified this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole new. How do you do robotics with blankets? Yeah, it's awesome. But it's,
Awesome.
yeah.
Very cool. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Football group.
I know, right? Yeah. This is great.
And I know, and like Eli's like so lost without this free time in his life now. He built this paddle box, so I'm sure you've seen it. He brought it home last night, and like he's just doing his thing. Your future.
Yeah, the
Just not
absence.
being able to leave. There is no exit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, when you're so invested, right? Yeah.
He did join the club. He's just kind of doing it on his own. So yeah, there is battle bots up there. He's loving it, so
Cool. This will be good. Oh,
this will be good.
picking up more chairs and everything. Look at that.
Well, I talked this up last year.
I thought about that too. I was like,
Meeting this week, he goes, Jessica, talk about what she does. I'm like,
yeah.
yeah.
So and last year was a great like like even like for me to get get into it and being able to relate consciousness to robotics. Like this year it was super fun to put this together. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so good.
This is
Yeah.
your
It totally
This
is.
your
Totally
world.
is. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How's your women's group?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
I have no time. That looks
I
amazing.
know. But the next one is during build season. I don't know if that doesn't help, but yeah. But yeah. So
Oh, you do it? Yeah, that's great.
yeah.
Like, that's a lot of calls to like, yeah, someday.
Yeah, that's good.
Someday.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, keep it on your radar and yeah, it'll work out. Some more like front row people. Look at all these front row people. Look at that. Oh. I told Dave I need a clicker because I don't like being behind the podium at all. So. Do we?
Get started.
Oh, get started. Okay, we've got the cue. Good morning, everybody. You are in the performance under pressure for FRC. If that's not the class that you intended to be in, you have this time now to find your other class. My name is Amy Crone. I am one of the coaches of 4728, Rocori Robotics, and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about performance under pressure. So, is there a little bit of pressure sometimes in FRC, just a little bit sometimes? We're going to talk about that and what to do about it, when it comes up, why it comes up, and then some of the tools to really allow you to stay in that state of high performance under pressure. So, first of all, I'm going to figure out how to do this here. Oh, first of all, I want to find out who's in the room. So, take a moment and find someone that you did not come with and introduce yourself. Say hi, who your team is from, or what team you're from, where you're from, and what your role is on the team. So, ready, set, go. Awesome. Okay, we'll bring it back. You guys, let's. Great. We're gonna do this a few times throughout the day. So each time I'm gonna ask you to find someone different so that we can get to know each other. That's kind of the whole point of Jumpstart, is to really come together as a community in Minnesota and really get to know each other as well, as long as we're here together. So I'll do mine. I am an executive coach of 4728, and I'm also this is one, teacher of consciousness. So, anybody know what that means? Just right off the top of your head. If you haven't already taken my class anyway. So, consciousness is awareness. That's the other name for it, right? So, it is what we think, do, and say, why we think, do, and say what we do, and then with that awareness, how to choose differently. How many of you have ever had anything in your life that you have regretted? Raise your hand. How many of you have ever had any time in your life that you have had a hard time making a decision? Yeah. So both of those things, regret and clarity, are two of the reasons that consciousness is so important. Awareness is so important. Because we want to be able to make choices that we want to have our path clear in front of us. So we want to understand all of our choices and what we value, why we want to do the things that we want to do. And then also so that when we're looking back on decisions that we've made, we feel comfortable with it. We feel aligned with the decisions that we're making. So those are some of the reasons that awareness, consciousness, is important. So it's not only what we do, but it's also what we think and what we say, because those are the three areas where we may experience some of those needing clarity or experiencing regret. We have three areas. This is a little bit of background about consciousness. So just give you because if I jump into what does that mean for FRC without understanding the background, we're not going to quite really get what it means, not only in FRC, but then all the other areas of our life. Because how many of you have had regret or needed clarity in anything other than FRC? Yeah, right. So we're going to be able to relate it back to our experiences in robotics, and really it's going to be a really fun translation. But it's not just about that, right? And that's the beautiful thing about First Robotics, is that it's not ever just about robotics. So we're going to be able to translate everything that we learn here into a lot of other areas in your life, your school and family and relationships and all that kind of stuff. So we have three areas of consciousness. First is our subconscious. Anybody ever heard about subconscious? Heard that term even? Yeah, a few of you. That is the things that are going on underneath everything. Our subconscious is our code. It's our programming. How many programmers do I have in the room? A few. Awesome. That's our subconscious. And it's where our feeling world lives. It's where our feelings live, is in our subconscious. And that's the thing that gets programmed when we're very young. And then we keep running that code. So, for the rest of our lives, unless we become aware of it and are able to translate it. That's what we're going to talk about today. We have our conscious mind. This is our thinker. This is our structure of thinking, rationalizing, linear thinking, all of those things is our conscious mind. Those two things are different. Our subconscious and our feelings don't touch our conscious mind. They're two very different things. They don't touch each other. And then we have our superconscious. Oops. I'm going to go back to that. There we go. We have our superconscious. This is the energy that runs our bodies, the planets, the universe. There's the larger energy. We're essentially made of energy, right? We're batteries. We're flesh batteries walking around. The energy that runs us. How many of you thought about how to grow your fingernails last night while you were sleeping? How many of you are consciously thinking about how to grow your hair? Or how to digest your food? There's an energy happening. There's something beyond our physical beings that is doing all of that. That's the energy that runs our bodies, runs the planets, runs the solar system, runs everything. So that's the superconscious. So that's all of that those are all parts of us. So the thing that we know the least about, usually, is our subconscious. We know about our conscious mind because you spend all day in school thinking and rationalizing and reasoning. So our conscious mind is like, it's good. Our superconscious, we have, different belief systems about that, so we often know about those things. But our subconscious is the thing that we know the least about. So that's what I teach you a little bit here to start with. Again, it's where our feeling world is. It's where our feelings come from, is our subconscious. It's at the level of a 3-year-old. So I'm 47. I just turned 47. My feeling world is still at the level of a 3-year-old. Whether you're actually 3 or you're 103, your feeling world is still at the level of a 3-year-old. How many of you that are maybe married, that makes sense when you're dealing with your partners? Or when you're dealing with siblings, right? When someone is in deep feeling, can you rationalize with them? Nope. Like they're running at the level of essentially a 3-year-old. Let me say the level of a 3-year-old because they're not actually 3. But it's like that same level of a 3-year-old. It is literal. So when you'd say, let's see, oh, I'd die for that. Like how many of you have heard that expression or even said it, right? Oh man, I would die for a pizza right now. Our subconscious is actually taking that literally. How is that for a 3-year-old? I would die for a pizza. Ah, yikes. It's very literal, and so it is specific, which is the next thing. It's very specific to what we're saying, and so that's why what we think, do, and say is so important in our awareness, because our subconscious, our feeling world, is listening always to what we're saying to it. Our words are very important. It's also direct, so it can't understand like concepts and things like that. It's like very specific, literal, direct. And that's only in the moment of now. So like there's no past and future with subconscious. We can't talk about something that is happening in the future or something that happens in the past. It doesn't even compute. Past and future are only in our conscious mind, in our rational mind. It's immediate. It's very simple, so that's why, again, like the complex concepts don't apply. It's only in the positive. Our subconscious can't hear not. So like if I'm saying like, I am not hungry, what is my subconscious hearing? I'm hungry. Yes. I am not going to do that. Guess what your subconscious is hearing? I'm going to do that. Our subconscious can't hear not. So it's only to the positive. So if we are, again, when it's taking direction. So our subconscious takes direction from our conscious mind. That's why what we think and what we say matters so much, because it's taking direction. It's only accepting. It is only taking in the code that we're giving it. Our code is our what we think and what we say. And we are giving that code to our subconscious. And it's imprinting into our subconscious directly, immediately, specifically, literally. My programmers, how important it is to be specific and literal in our code. Right? So this is essentially how our bodies work, or how our beings work as well. So imagining that what you do with encoding your robot is actually how we actually code our own emotional body, how we code our own feeling world. And it's also slow, so we can speed that up. But when kids are playing, are they doing it really fast? Unless they're running around, right? But we're actually we kind of slow way down in order to really meet and find out what's happening in our emotional body. We're taught, our conscious mind loves to go fast. And we kind of slow way down to that level of a 3-year-old to find out what's happening in our subconscious. Now, why does that even matter? Why am I even up here talking about any of this? It is because, again, we are pre-programmed from the time that we're children, but also like the things that we say and do now is still programming our subconscious, is still programming our feeling world, okay? It creates 95% of our reality. Our subconscious creates over 95% of our reality. So if we're wondering, oh shoot, boy, I wish I hadn't have done that thing. I wish I hadn't have said that, right? It means we're running a pre-programmed code. And we're essentially running in autonomous mode. Without awareness, we're running in autonomous. Which means we're out there just doing the thing that's already been coded. So, when we get back into regret or needing clarity, what is it that we might what's what's happening if something goes wrong in autonomous mode? What do? Yeah. The A stop, exactly. So we're going to stop in order to, oops, oh, dang, sorry, my bad. Okay. We're going to stop. Oh, hold on. Here, we get a little review, everyone. Okay, running in autonomous mode. Okay. Something happens on the field or off the field, in the team during build season. There are lots and lots of times that we get pressure in FRC. What is pressure really? It's often what we think is going to happen that is different than what is happening. So that's where we get, and usually we get pressure. That's also where we get our emotional reactions. When we have something that we plan to happen and something else happens instead, that's when our subconscious, our pre-program kicks in. So, what does that look like? Here's us down at Worlds last year, setting up the robot on the field. Okay? How many of you have had the experience where you're getting the robot set up in the field? Something happens. Who's had that? Yeah. And then what? Oh, no, or other versions of that, right? You're setting up the robot. You have intention of how this is going to go. Something else happens. Okay? So we get an emotional reaction from that. Often it's what? What happens? What are the feelings that come up? Fear, stress, panic, anger, blame. Oh, that's a good one, right? It's always somebody else's fault. It's way easier. How many of you are a drive team? A few drive teamers. Yeah. Does that happen often? You're out there and on the field and you intend for something to happen and something else happens instead? Yeah. And then what? Right? Anger, frustration, blame again, panic. What's happening? Oh no, right? Fear. During the build season, when we're intense in it together, right? And I want one idea, my teammates want another idea, right? Like all of those, think about all the situations that you've experienced during the build season or during the competition season. So, take a moment, find somebody new that you didn't come with. I want you to share your worst experience of this from this past year. So you're like the worst thing that happened when something like major happened for you. Either in the build season or in the competition season. Okay, ready, set, go. Find somebody else, find somebody new.
I remember sitting on the side of the field in Granite City and our elevator belt exploded in a match. It just, during autonomous, boom!
I remember that.
We're done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go to the pit. Tell the pit to get ready. So, like, what we're training the kids for is how to react to conflict like that. Like, don't panic and execute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just went straight to the pits and told the pit team, start getting ready. So when the robot got there, they had the tools that they had, they were ready.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about the kids that get to have that experience. They fail a lot of time, but as an employer of these kind of kids too, I want these kids to be been under that pressure.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they're learning. They don't
Right.
realize that right now.
And they don't like the experience of it. It's like walking through the experience of it. Just walking through the experience of like having that happen. What do I do? How do I feel? Like, you know, walking all the way through it.
Knowing what I'm going to feel so I can be proactive and
Yes.
I know what's going to happen.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's why I still do this program, even though my kids are well aged out. There's so much value.
It is. Yeah, there's so much. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, bring it back a little bit. Thank you very much. Okay, so I imagine there's a lot of, as you're sharing, there's a lot of things that come up, right? Sadness, anger, fear, panic, blame, right? There's a lot of different things that come up. So this is where we hit the A stop. When we have that reaction come up, and again, it's reaction, in order to not keep going down the pre-programmed, and it's okay if we do, right? But if we want to really be in awareness of what's happening and really stay on our A game, we're going to hit the A stop when things come up that are different than what we imagined. So we're going to hit the A stop for ourselves. We're going to go like, okay, stop, hold on, okay? As soon as we do that, that's when we can begin to have awareness of what's happening in us and be able to make new choices instead of simply just running the pre-programmed thing. Because if something, so imagine again, our subconscious at the level of a 3-year-old, we imagine doing something and something else happens. What do 3-year-olds do? Anybody? Scream, throw a tantrum, right? Is that a good idea? I mean, in general, not really, no. Yeah. So we may want to make a new choice. We do that through awareness by first we stop, and then we walk through these steps that I'll show you to be able to make a new choice. If we don't stop first, we're not going to be able to find that awareness, okay? So we hit the A stop first. And feel free to use this language in your teams. Bring this back to your teams and start using this language because it's really helpful because we all understand what that means. We all understand what it means to hit the A stop, right? So use that with yourself and with your teams. So what are we going to do next? We're going to troubleshoot, right? We're going to find out what's happening. And the reason we're going to troubleshoot is because we're going to find the code that was programmed into our subconscious so we can make that new choice. Okay? So we're going to troubleshoot. And how we do that is 4 questions. What am I feeling? And we name it, right? Whatever that word is, we name it. What am I telling myself? This is where we get the code. This is where we find out that line of code that was pre-programmed into our subconscious. So it might be that, let's see, so as a coach, I have a team member who is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like I gave them a job, they're not doing it, they're over watching YouTube shorts, right? So I go, what am I feeling? I'm feeling frustrated. I'm feeling frustrated right now about that, okay? What am I telling myself? They are lazy, right? I may be telling myself that they're lazy, right? So then we get to the third question. Is that true? Is that true? It could be, that's where I get to stop and go, what else could be true? Maybe they had a really bad day at school. Maybe there's something going on at home that I don't know about. Maybe I should check in. So the is that true is where we get to begin to reprogram. We find out, is it true that they're just lazy? No, there could be lots of other things that are true. And in fact, being lazy isn't going to be one of them. And then what do I choose instead? I choose to check in with them. Like really check in. Like slow down, find out where are they at in their feeling world? What's happening for them? So that's when we can approach something with curiosity instead of blame or judgment, which is what I was in, right? I was in blame and judgment. So we can approach situations and each other with curiosity. Somebody have an example of one of the scenarios that they talked about earlier. Who wants to share? One of the we'll just walk through this together so everybody can kind of see how this works. So who wants to share that example? One of the crummy things that happened this past year. Okay, great, thanks. Yeah. Okay, so what do we got? Give me the scenario.
We're out in the field and one of them drive motors goes off.
Ouch. Oh. Okay.
That's what I was feeling.
Yeah. What was the feeling? So just name it for yourself, because what I feel about that might be different than what he's feeling about it, right? That's the other thing, is that everybody needs to do this for themselves, because my subconscious code about that is going to be different than somebody else's. So what were you feeling?
I had the oh no moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, could we possibly get another drive motor back in this thing fast?
Okay. What's the feeling of oh no? Panic. Okay. Oh, panic. A small amount of panic, which is funny. A small amount. Is panic at any small amounts? No, panic is really big. So panic is fear, right? Oh no, fear. Awesome. Okay. So okay, we got number 1. Check. What am I feeling? What am I telling myself? What were you telling yourself about it? Do you remember?
I was very, so we do, I think as a lot of people do, we go through a pre-check before we go.
Mm-hmm.
And I was rapidly questioning whether or not we can control this.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we got something else. Now we go back because we got another feeling on deck.
They actually check it?
Right. Yeah. So, then doubt. Actually, fear and doubt are partners. So, yep. Doubt. Oh, wait. Did we actually do our pre-check? Right. So, fear and doubt are on deck. What am I telling myself? Did we do what we were supposed to do? Right. And is that true? Right. So, in the moment of is that true? That it might be, but is that actually helping anything anymore? No. So we kind of get to we try to go to the past, and we try to go okay, which of these scenarios would have fit this? Okay, this one, good, I'll take that, right? But actually in our code, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all what the reason is behind it. Because remember, our subconscious feeling and our rational reasoning mind don't touch each other. So it doesn't matter what the reason is. Okay? Which also keeps us out of blame as a team, right? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the reason is. So, is that true? And then what do I choose instead?
So it was not true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. So turns out, isn't that funny? Yeah.
But no, in the end, we were not able to participate in that round. It turned into troubleshooting diagnostics.
Mm-hmm.
Fixing it with trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in that moment though, you went to it already. You went to let's fix this instead of who do I blame? That in and of itself makes all the difference. Right? Or instead of heading on down the road of the feeling and what I'm telling myself, we can get down a really, really deep rabbit hole if we stay in those two. Right? So that's when we go That's when we move to number 3. Is this even true? And even if it is, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, doesn't matter. No. Then we move on to what do I choose instead? So we this is where we get to move into, we work together, we figure it out, we come together, we use our resources. This is where we get to the next step. If you are doing this yourself and if you are doing this in your team, you are going to fly through anything that comes up. You're going to fly right through it with ease. Because this is really transforming all those codes that we took on. We're rewriting our own program. Not only for ourselves, but for our whole team. Awesome. Anybody have another example? Willing to share? Yes.
Yes, I wasn't here last year, but we went to a competition a month or two ago, and I was doing photography, and my camera battery was running out. So, and the event was about to start. So I went to go change the camera battery, and I tried like 5 different batteries, and they were all dead. So I got very upset and stressed out about how I had to take pictures of this event that was going on, but my camera batteries were dead, and I was up in the bleachers, and our stand is like all the way around in the back. And so I assumed like someone was told to put them on the charger or did it, or something happened. So I just, instead of confronting everyone and getting all upset, I just went down and put the camera things back on the charger and just waited till they were partially charged to put it back in.
Okay, awesome. All right, so let's go back. So again, let's go back to that moment, because when usually things like resolve themselves, which is great. But let's go back to the moment, because again, in the moment is when we're going to hit the A stop. In the moment is when we're going to do this, and we can do it quickly. There's only 4 steps right here. We can do it really, really fast. We're going to do it in the moment, because our subconscious is immediate. It's running that code immediately when something happens, when something comes up. So go back to the moment. You notice it's dead. You go back to the pit. No batteries, no charge, right? What were you feeling?
I was frustrated and irritated that they weren't charged.
Okay.
I had to take pictures of the event.
Yep. Frustrated and irritated. Awesome. That is on the anger scale. Those are nice ways to say I'm angry. Yes. And that's okay. Like, we're going to use whatever words that come up, because that's what we're familiar with. But we're going to also kind of like, what is this really? Oh, I'm ticked about this, right? And what am I telling myself? What were you telling yourself?
I figured somebody was probably told to put them on the charger and didn't.
Somebody else. What's that? Blame. Yes, we're so good at it, just because it feels better than taking ownership ourselves, right? Yeah, so we get into blame, yes. Blaming, so anger is specific in that, especially with blame, frustration, irritation, we're pushing our ownership out to something or someone else. We're giving our power away when we're angry. So, what was true in that moment?
What was true was that there was only one battery that was charged, and it was down to less than 15%.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't have much time. And all the other batteries needed to go on the charger. That was true. And that I also needed to take pictures of the event that was going on.
Awesome. So we got to it. What's your name? Cadence? Yeah. So what Cadence found is that here's the situation. She was in blame, like somebody else was responsible for this. But what ultimately had to happen? She had to take ownership back. Right? She had to claim herself as the one responsible for taking charge of this. Right? Then she got the batteries done. Then she got it charged. She got it taken care of. She took the pictures. Like, when we take back our power, our ownership, instead of pushing it out in blame, if we take it back to like, oh, I'm responsible for this. This is my job. Anytime anger comes up, frustration, irritation, that means that we are the ones that are required to take ownership. How would that change things on your team if everybody did that? Everybody took ownership of what was happening. Yeah. So yeah, So we get to what's true instead? Oh, I'm responsible for this. Got it. As soon as when we reclaim ownership, that's easy then. Like, oh yeah, I got it now, right? And then you made your new choice. Like, I'm taking this. I've got it, right? Awesome. So those are some examples of how we can walk through these situations. All right. How much time? We're gonna skip this part. Okay. Any questions? Anybody have any other scenarios? Now that we've gone through a couple of examples, anybody have any other scenarios that have come up? Because again, how many of you have had dead batteries familiar to anyone? Like every competition, right? Things happening on the, things exploding on the field. Yeah, right? So if it's happened for any of you, it's happened for all of us. This is the beautiful part about you being in this community. So.
I had a question. When you were talking about subconscious and you were talking about neurospecific or
Yep.
looking at it from a assistant coach point of view, how business process that.
Mhm.
We had a driver who, it was a major blower that started the night before. We were trying to position themselves to say, I'm the best in this business to do it. And their anger started growing and growing to the point where they were taking off the team for the day because they were kind of tearing down the team. And so I guess I'm looking for thoughts on how to help them process through that, because I don't know what what's underneath that's driving that.
Mhm. Yeah. Yep. So that's where we find out two things. We're going to go back to right? We're going to go back to this, but we're going to do this for as coaches and mentors. We're going to do this for ourselves first. Okay? So I'm going to look at I'm going to put myself in your shoes for a moment, right? What am I feeling about this? What am I feeling about watching this, student kind of make this power play and whatever? So we're gonna run through this ourselves first, and then we can and then we want to do it in the moment. We want to do it at the A stop. Okay. So if we notice something is happening, we really do know. Like our subconscious is aware of the planet and everyone on it. We really do know, like when something's up, our internal gauge will tell us. We can yeah, there's something happening there. Was that true? Could you kind of see something was going on there that maybe needed to be addressed? Yep. Yeah. So that hit the A stop. Like that's what's key about it. Because again, if we don't, we're heading way down the rabbit hole on that pre-programmed code that's happening for that student or those students, right? So it's up to us to step in and say, hey, what's going on? And we're approaching it with that curiosity. That's why we need to do it for ourselves first. So it's, what were you feeling at the time? What were you feeling? Okay. Yep. A lot of things there. What were you telling yourself about what was happening with them or with him? Yeah. Is that familiar to have something break down, have a team break down? Mhm. Yeah. In your history? Just you personally? Just in general, like can things be broken down? Yeah. So that's the key, right? Because that's the code. The what am I telling myself? That a team can be broken down. Is that even true? If we're truly a team, can anything break us down? So that's where this is internal work. This is inner work. Like we go, oh, I'm the one that's running the code of that a team can be broken down in the first place. And we can look back at our, life and go like, oh yeah, for sure. I can see it there, and I see it there, and I see it there. That's because that's the code that's running. Oh, there it is. There's the code. Now what do I choose? And the what do I choose instead? We simply choose the opposite. Nothing can break down our team, right? Our team is solid. Say that. Say it again. Oh. How about, try this. Our team is already secure. Yeah. We're going to speak into the opposite of whatever that code is. If you have coded, our team is already secure, does any of that other stuff even happen? This is what we speak into, the opposite of whatever our code is. So, I've got our team, right? I've got us, or something like that, right? Like, so we're really speaking into like the higher level of what's really true. We're speaking into our superconscious, actually, at that moment, of what's really true. And whatever that is for you, that's you're the one that knows what the opposite is of that code. So.
I'll just add to
Yep.
the conversation. Reflect back to things that happened on your team with these questions. See how you reacted and how you better want to do that. I can tell you just this morning, I didn't even realize it until just now. I yo-yoed across this thing this morning, setting up these streams. Leading this team of other guys working these streams in these rooms, it was complete panic trying to get all these rooms up and running. This room was the last one to get set up. We didn't have audio at the last minute. I was just panicked, and I yo-yoed back, saying I know I have a good team, and then I was going to panic again. So it was a yo-yo. So reflecting back, like, how did I react? And I realized that you're falling, and say, okay, I got to bring back what I had to repeat myself. I have a great team to get that done. So knowing your role is always reflect back. How would you like to react? Would have preferred to react? So that next time you have that experience, like, I was here before, I wanted to react to this. I didn't even realize this presentation was going to resonate so loudly, so recently for myself.
Yes, and we're through this. Now that you have the awareness of it, you're going to notice it. Like, oh yeah, several times a day we're going through this, right? Yeah, and that's where Corey's speaking into his new choice. I got a great team. Right? And so how do you feel now that you say, I got a great team?
Well, I think the last week I've been saying that I have a great team that works just fine. It makes me feel great to say it's going to work out. If it doesn't, it's a lie to me. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, does it really matter?
Yeah, and that's where we get it back into the, what is this really in perspective? Like, it gives us that perspective. We get to look at the code on the screen instead of being in it.
Yeah, we get this is a safe place to fail. I think there's a presentation somewhere, a safe place to fail. This is where you get to fail. Failure is expected. Now you know what failure feels like.
Yep.
Mentoring for 10, 11 years now, I've learned a lot of ways to fail, react to that, and teach the students that they can't fail.
So I think his question, if I understood it correctly, is so as a mentor, you've done that.
Yep. Then and only then.
But you still have to feel
Yep.
provide mentorship to the student.
Yep. So then and only then is where you go like that.
Significant, how do you lead a student through this in their significant position? I think that was your, it's how to, so what's next?
Yep. And then remember, if there's big emotions on deck, what do we notice about that? Like, what do we understand about that moment, what they're experiencing? Our subconscious is at the level of a 3-year-old. So, is there going to be any rationalizing? Is there going to be any, reasoning? No. And we simply approach it like that. Like, it's okay. So we come back to a place of regulation again, right? We come back to a place of, whatever that means for them. So finding out what that means for them, because that's different for everybody as well. What do you need right now? What is it that you need right now, right? And then as soon as we come back to a place of being able to engage with them, right? When they're coming back to a place of, at least when the emotions aren't like big and in your face, right? Then we can walk through. Hey, what are you feeling right now? And again, we approach it with curiosity. We approach it with curiosity. What do you? Because they're going to say, I'm feeling this way, and it's going to be about this. They're going to give you the whole story, right? So they're going to give you what they're telling themselves about it.
So what you're saying then is push the all stop button
Yep.
for them,
Yes.
and then get them to the point where they can rationalize out of a 3-year-old.
Yep.
Knowing that's where they're at.
Yep.
And work things through.
Yep. Yep. And that's the A stop, what is it that you need right now? Like really that curiosity, because when you're approaching it from imagining that you are approaching a 3-year-old, we have different expectations about that interaction. Yeah. And that's okay, because again, I'm 47. My emotional body is still at the level of a 3-year-old. When we're all that way, when we have those big emotions up front. And then is that true that like we may want to approach that really, differently? We can do it. Is that true for ourselves? But when we're with somebody else, we may want to say like, what is that? Is that what else could happen? Actually, that's a great way to do it, is to like to take them all the way down the worst case scenario, because usually we end up all the way down the worst case scenario, and then we're all the way back again, and we kind of go like, oh wait, that's not such a big deal, right? There's different questions to ask to get to the same thing. And then this is the most empowering thing of all. As soon as a student has any kind of awareness about anything, ask them what they choose instead. Because do we do this with kids in general? No.
I think this is also important even from a mentor to a student perspective of the participant. Internally within teams, we have youth leadership teams.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to be leading sub-teams. And so then when we're talking about youth mentorship, it's still important to use the left direction.
Yep.
You can do this tonight, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep.
Do that to each other before they're being
Yep. And it becomes it's so fun to watch, because when we're doing this, like we actually get immediate results, because again, our subconscious is immediate. So if we're actually going through this, getting this awareness, we're going to see really massive growth in our own teams, in our own sub-teams, in our own people in general. People, because our subconscious responds to this kind of awareness. Awesome. Yep. Okay, and let's see. Okay. With that in mind, I'm happy also if there's to come and be with any of your teams as well. So if you want to take this and like, oh gosh, our team needs to hear this. And we can walk through it specifically for what's happening with your team, specifically with groups that are within your team. This is my contact info, my number, my direct number in there. Otherwise, FRC 4728 as well. You can find us. But it's again, when we have a new awareness, we're aware of the code. We can change the code. We're going to get new results. And immediate results. Awesome. Any other questions as we wrap up here? I'll be around for a few minutes. You can wrap up a little bit early, so I can be around for a few minutes. If you have anything specific about your teams or anything that you want to talk about, I will be available. So thank you very much, everybody.
have so many microphones on me right now. It's like too many microphones. Right. Let's. Oh. Right? Can never have too many microphones. Let's get our power on here. Power on here. Make sure these connect to each other, which they are. Excellent. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. All right. Oh, let's get this back out because I will need this again at some point. Okay. Okay. Record. Record. Okay. All right. I have a lot of microphones on me. I feel like a pop star. All right, hold on. Audio sync up, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. I did that because that camera has this microphone, but that camera doesn't, and I have to put them together at some point, so there's now a big audio spike, and I just line them up. Super easy. Okay. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're ready to learn about some marketing things. My name is Jeremy Vasquez. I am a mentor on Team 7028, the Binary Battalion. I have been with them for a year. This is my second year. Prior to that, I was the head coach of Team 7530, the Raiders of the Lost Spark, formerly known as the Brotherhood of Steel. I left them in the fall of 2023, and so 2024 wasn't really doing anything. And then fall of 2024, I joined the Binary Battalion, and this is now my second year with them. So today we're going to talk about how to market your first robotics team and why you should. The purpose of this session in particular is to give you a fundamental understanding of how to do marketing. Okay, so we're not going to be like, how do you take better pictures? How do you do social media? It's like how to actually understand marketing and what is marketing. We will go into content stuff a little bit, but there's a lot of things that you need to kind of have a really good idea about before you even like pick up a camera or decide to like try to make marketing things. Okay, so there's some baseline knowledge. So primary things that we're going to go over to begin with is target audience. Okay, who should care about your team and why? Your value. What does your team bring to the table that's valuable? Your message. How are you going to get your message across to these people that you have decided are the ones who should care about your team? Placement. Where is your message going to be placed so these people that you care about see it? And lastly, consistency. How do you ensure that your team keeps marketing on a consistent basis? Many of you, of course, I'm sure have had marketing students on your team or who are into doing media, and then they graduate, and then when they graduate, your marketing just like just dies, right? And then maybe it comes back when another student like 3 years down the road likes media, but we don't want to do that. So how do we like set this up so that we can have marketing and media all the time? And there might be some years where it's more active than others, but in general, we never want to let it die completely, okay? That's bad. So if you came to my first session, some of these things are going to be very similar, and you're going to realize that they're very similar because they're a very important marketing concept that you need to burn into your brain. So who should care about your team, and who do you want to care about your team? Okay, this statement here, super, super powerful statement, and you need to always, always, always remember this if you're doing marketing. If you're marketing to everybody, you're marketing to nobody, okay? That is a very powerful thing to understand. There are a lot of people and businesses out there that do things in this world, all of which are very similar to each other. If you want to stand out, you need to understand who you care about the most and who should care about you, right? Like, for example, think of all the clothes that you're wearing right now. Do you have any rhyme or reason why you decided to wear or buy that shirt or those shoes or that pair of pants? Is it a certain brand that you care about? And like, I like this brand, that's why I bought it. There's like a million companies that make sweatshirts and t-shirts and pants, right? Like, why do you only buy Nike, or why do you go to, Adidas or whatever? Because they are someone who like marketed themselves as a business that maybe aligns better with your values about yourself, and that's why you buy their stuff, okay? Because they targeted you, not every single person, right? There are certain people like they don't care about Nike at all, They would never buy anything Nike, right? Because that's not who they identify with. It's the same thing for your robotics team. You need to understand, like, who do you care about? Who do you really want to market to, okay? Now, this can change throughout the year. So, first off, it's really, really, really important that you know who you want to market to, because this is going to completely change how you convey your message, where you decide to put your message, and how you decide to market your team, and also how do you track your goals, okay? So take a second to think about this right now before we continue on with this session, because if you don't have this in mind, it's really hard to apply everything else we're about to talk about. And again, this can change throughout the year. So like right now, in December of 2025, who do you care about the most to market to? And we'll get into why, okay? Why should you care about these people over all the other people you could care about? And why should these people care about you, essentially, too, right? It's not just who you care about, but like, why should they care about you? There's a lot of things that take up people's attention in this world, right? Family, friends, jobs, relationships, stress, you know, all kinds of stuff. Why should they care to pay attention to your robotics team? Okay, attention in this world is like gold. If you can capture people's attention, that is like the most valuable thing ever when it comes to marketing. Businesses will pay you very large sums of money if you are good at capturing people's attention. Okay? But there's a lot of things that take people's attention. So we got to figure out, like, why should they care about us? Okay. This goes into our value proposition then. So why are you valuable? Well, who are you? Like, what do you bring to the table? Okay? This is going to go back to that very first question I just posed to you. Who are you marketing to? Because the value that you bring to the table is going to be directly related to the person that you are marketing to. Think of all the problems that you solve for that person, okay, or those people. The more problems you solve, the more valuable that you are. There's a lot of different people that we market to in robotics. There's students, there's mentors, there's businesses and sponsors, right? There's lots of people. And all these people have all different problems in their lives. You know, students in particular, maybe they're bored after school. They get done and they're like, I don't know what to do, right? And they just sit and like watch Netflix or sit on their phone. Or maybe they need a creative outlet, right? Maybe they they're very creative, but like they don't really know where they can go to do this thing because they don't have the resources, right? And they need some place to go that they can like build stuff because they just like to build stuff. Or they're getting close to graduating, right? And they don't have any experience to put on a resume for college or a job because they've never really done anything yet, right? They've been in high school their whole life. Like, I don't have much experience, but I would like some so that I could be a good candidate to get into this school or this trade program or whatever, right? They need more friends. Not every single person's an extrovert. Some people have a really hard time making friends or connecting with people who have similar interests that they do. And maybe you could be a place where they can make some relationships with people who have the same interests and they can, have more friends. Right? There's lots of things. Businesses and sponsors, they need more visibility in their community, right? They may be a small business and people just don't even know that they exist really because they're not very big. Or they need help with events that they run. Maybe they hold some fundraiser every year and they're always like scrambling to try to find volunteers to help them, wait tables or set up chairs and stuff. And it's like pulling teeth trying to get people from the company and they always have a hard time, right? Or they have funds they need to spend in order to get a tax break. So every year they get a budget and they have to use it all, otherwise they lose it, right? So they're trying to find places they can give it to. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. I've definitely been in a situation where we went and asked for a business for some funding. They helped us. And then later in the year, they're like, do you want more? Because we actually need to spend more money and we don't know who to give it to. I'm like, yes, please, right? It happens. It's not super common, but it definitely happens where businesses need to get rid of funding for the year to get their tax break. So mentor-wise, similar thing. They also need an outlet for their creativity beyond work. Adults also have hobbies, and we like to do things, and sometimes, especially as an adult, you don't nearly have as many places you can go to do it, and your robotics team may be a place where they also can do their passion for whatever it is. Me in particular, I'm very passionate about videography and photography and marketing stuff, and if I didn't have a robotics team to do it on, it would be way more difficult for me to do this. I could still do it, but my wife would be like, why are you spending so much time in the basement on your computer just shooting videos for random people on the internet, right? I don't know, because I like it. if I have a robotics team, at least they're like, well, look, I'm helping the future generation. She's like, oh, okay, fine. They, adults, mentors, again, they want to spend more time with their kid who may be on the team. And, especially as an adult, you got a lot of things going on in your life. You go to work from, 8 to 4:30, and you come home, and you're home for like 2 hours before your kid goes to bed, and that's like the only time you get to spend time with them, right? And as they get older and get more friends and relationships, they're probably out of the house with their friends, and then you don't get that valuable time anymore. And maybe this is a place for them to build memories and spend time with their kid while they still have it before they go off and go to college and be an adult or whatever, right? Valuable. So lots and lots of things that you can think about. And the more of these that you solve for the person you care about, the more valuable you are to them, okay? Which is important. So when it comes to marketing, we figured out who do we care about? Students, adults, students, mentors, businesses, sponsors, who do we care about? What are the things that we bring to the table that are valuable to this particular group of people? The next thing is why should they pick us, right? There's a lot of ways for people to solve the problems in their lives. They can, if they need more friends, they can, find other events and clubs they can go to join, right? Why should they join robotics in particular? Or if they need a creative outlet, right? There's lots of places they could go to build things or whatever. Why should they be on the robotics team to do that? So why are you the primary solution that they should look towards to solve their problems? Because there's a lot of ways you can solve problems in this world, right? In particular, what is your unique angle that differentiates you from all these other ways that they could solve these problems? And that's what we're about to talk about here in a second, okay? So this is where we get into our value proposition. This is very important. Every robotics team should have something like this. And this is when someone asks you, what do you do? This is what you tell them. And this is particular for each group of person, okay? And again, so you got to go back to that very first question of who do you care about? So this paragraph can be different for different types of people. So you can have a value proposition towards students. You can have a value proposition towards businesses and sponsors. You can have a value proposition towards mentors, okay? There can be different variations of this, but you should have a variation of this for your particular audience you care about the most. So it's usually we are, insert your team name here, and we help particular type of person so that they can solve this specific type of problem. And we do this by explain how you do it, right? What do you do? Now you could do all these other things that would also solve this same problem. But the reason why you should choose us is because this is what makes us different or unique, right? And then you may have a call to action at the end, which is what should that person do next now to do the thing that you're hoping they will do? So for me, I run the Marketing Robots social media channel. So I am Marketing Robots, and I help First Robotics teams level up their marketing so that they can gain more awareness in their community, gain more sponsorships and funding, and ultimately grow their programs. Okay, I do this by breaking down marketing concepts into easy to understand videos on social media. Now, you could YouTube all the concepts that I teach. You could read tons of marketing books. You could even take online courses that teach marketing, but none of them are going to understand the unique experience that is First Robotics. The reason why I'm different is because I've been a First Robotics coach since 2018, and I've seen firsthand how better marketing can help grow a robotics program. So if you're interested in doing this for your own program, I'd recommend you subscribe to my YouTube channel and follow my other social media pages, which will be linked at the end of this presentation. That's my value proposition. So every time that I am thinking about who am I talking to, for me, the main people I care about are obviously people in First Robotics, and in particular, students and mentors in First Robotics that care about getting more awareness for their community, in their community, gaining more sponsorships and funding, and growing their program. Which you might think is everybody, but it's not. I mean, there are some people who are more focused on just the robot. They just want to build the robot, right? Someone else will do all this other stuff. It is what it is. It's okay. Okay? Most of the time, I do tend to focus more on students in particular because they're the ones who are going to learn a lot of this and then utilize it going forward, which is valuable to them. Okay? Now, one thing that I do when I do this is to think about, again, not only who am I talking to, I even make up a person in my head. It's going to sound crazy. You'll be like, what are you talking about? I have an imaginary person that I have made up in my head so that every time I make a video or any kind of content for my channel, I am talking to that person. That person's name is Noah. You'll be like, yep. I gave them the name of Noah, and Noah is a student in high school who's on a robotics team who thinks robotics is really, really cool. He loves it. He thinks it's the best thing ever, and he wishes that other people in his community knew about his robotics team and other students in his high school knew about it, because he thinks that if they knew what robotics was really like, they would also love it. And so he really wants to learn how to do marketing better and make better things so that he can get more awareness for his team, because he thinks that people should know about it. So every time I make something for my marketing channel, I'm thinking of talking to Noah and teaching Noah about how to do something better. That way, when I talk to a camera or anything like that, I have like this vision of like, I'm just talking to this person that I know. And it's a lot easier for me to think about that way versus like, I'm just trying to talk to some amorphous group of people. And that's a lot harder that way, right? It's just a different mindset shift, and it's very impactful if you kind of can tweak your brain that way. So, how do we convey our message? Okay. Now, making content for your robotics team. This is what we probably consider marketing so far. Before we can even get to this, of making content, taking pictures, that kind of stuff, again, you need to know who you're talking to and why they should care. Because otherwise, like, you can make lots of content about all kinds of things, and it's not going to resonate with the people you really care about. Now, there's different ways and different types of buckets of content we can make, like about us. You can do things about like interviews with people on the team, you know, why I joined stories, day in the life kind of stuff. Behind the scenes type of content, like build sessions, strategy meetings, mentor moments. These are like, you're peeling back the curtain of what robotics really looks like for people who like aren't here, right? They don't see your practices. They don't understand what you do. This can really like help give that visibility. Outreach and events, of course, is another type of content bucket. So if you do, you know, outreach events, you go to businesses or they come to your shop, school demos, volunteering, that kind of thing. Like, you can showcase that because, again, if someone doesn't come to that event, they don't know about it. So you're giving that visibility there. Robot highlights. So this is like specifically about your robot, close-up, subsystems explained, testing videos, demo videos. I would say this is probably like the one bucket that most robotics teams tend to focus a lot on. I mean, obviously, right? Like, we build robots. We should show the robot all the time. But this bucket only hits a certain type of people. And it's typically people who already probably like know about robots or who are interested in robotics. But for anyone who's not interested in robotics or doesn't know about robot stuff, this one is not very impactful for them, right? It's not very valuable. The other buckets might be better. But each one has kind of its own particular strengths, right, for particular people. And a good marketing kind of strategy is you utilize all of them, okay? Like, you don't only pick one. You utilize all of them. For a team, any team that here who does media marketing, are there any buckets in particular that you feel like your content falls into the most right now? Right, like, think to yourself. You know, do you tend to do more like behind the scenes things of practices and robot things? Do you tend to do more like fun, relatable? I say this is probably a big one that a lot of teams do. It's just like a lot of fun, meme-y, TikTok-y stuff, right? Because it's fun and obviously social media kind of stuff. But like, is there a particular bucket? And there's other buckets too. These are just 6 examples. Is there any particular bucket that your team tends to like kind of default into? Okay, think about that. And then think about to yourself is like, why don't you do the other ones? Right? If you only like, you tend to do this one and this one, why don't we do any of these ones? Right? Okay. You want to do all of them. And all of them can hit every audience, every single type of audience you could think about, but with tweaks. Okay. So we figured out who we're talking to. We figured out why we are valuable to them. What are the things that we bring to the table that these people might possibly care about, right? We have started thinking about the type of content we could make, right? Different types of things that we could put out there to show them stuff. Next question is like, what type of format are we going to use? Right? Now, this is the skill part. My best answer to this is like, what are you capable of doing? Now, photos are probably the one that most teams utilize the most because they're simple. It's very easy to snap a bunch of pictures and just put them on the internet, right? Super simple. Video, of course, right? Short form, medium form, long form video, also very powerful. Teams are utilizing short form videos also. Graphic visuals like Canva templates or other type of, just graphic static images. Especially now in this world of AI, where you can just like make an image in 2 seconds and it's like, there you go, I'm done. Audio, like podcasts. This one is probably not utilized that much. Sometimes I've seen podcasts here and there, but one that's kind of an interesting one. Not a lot of teams maybe are utilizing, but can be very powerful. And then of course, just written word, like a blog post. Or I guess when you post pictures, like actually putting a decent amount of like written word in there. It's not just like a picture with like a sentence or two of like, we had our STEM night last night. It was great. And then like 10 pictures, right? Like actually writing stuff. Kind of comes down to like, what is your team able to do? Pictures obviously are great. Videos are the most powerful in this day and age in terms of content, but they definitely require the most amount of like skill. Because not only do you need to know how to like shoot video properly, but then you have to edit it, right, and all that stuff. So like there's kind of more, you need more skills and resources, right? You need a computer that can do that kind of stuff as well. Graphic visuals are also like super simple to make, especially with Canva these days. This one, my team, my 7530 used to have a podcast, and it was great. I thought it was great. It definitely helped us to get a lot more visibility within our high school because a lot of the students in the high school like to listen to it because we would get people onto it that were like the football captain and stuff like that, right? So like they just wanted to listen to it because like, oh, he went on there, like, okay. And that was huge. Like that actually did a lot for us. But obviously like, podcasts are, there's planning involved and that kind of stuff. And, it's just a different medium. And then of course, written word is probably the one that is a little bit challenging because like you have to be a decently good writer. And I say that because with ChatGPT these days, you like whip out a thing, like there you go, we're done. But to be honest, like the best written word comes from a human. Or at least if you do use ChatGPT to like help start it, like you're going in there and you're tweaking it. This is really where you can get a lot of like emotion and character for your team and like actually start to build what your brand sounds like through written word. But it's challenging because again, different people write different ways and it's just a different mindset, right? So this one is one that I would definitely practice if you don't have much practice on. But regardless, whatever format you decide to do, all of them are powerful and impactful. The more of them that you can do, just the more different places you can kind of put it, okay? So the different platforms, of course, that we have in this day and age when it comes to social media, and in particular, I talk about social media the most when it comes to marketing because in my opinion, that is the easiest and best way to market because it's free. You can reach literally millions and billions of people, right, if you do it right. And other than time, right, it doesn't cost you anything, essentially. But there's all kinds of ways to market, right? There's obviously social media, there's email marketing, there's event marketing, right? Like in-person events. There's all kinds of stuff. But social media is, in my opinion, just the most powerful because it's just so wide-reaching. Now, the different platforms, of course, all have different audiences that live on them and different types of content that work best. So Facebook is more for like the adults, the parents, business owners as well. Things that work the best on Facebook are like written text, photos, graphic template, short form, medium form video. Those all work really well on Facebook, but they're going to be hitting adults. If you're caring about students, Facebook's probably not the place for you. Instagram, of course, is great for students, and it's, be honest, the best medium is short form video. Like you should be making short form video on Instagram, like all the time. Pictures are fine, but like the picture age of Instagram died in like 2018. Like you can still put pictures out there and people still do, but if you really want to like utilize Instagram to the fullest, you just have to use video. I mean, even like the CEO of Instagram has like literally said that himself. It's like, yep, video's like the thing now on Instagram. Like, we don't really push pictures that much anymore. It is what it is, right? It's because of TikTok, obviously, but you know, that's how it goes. Things evolve. LinkedIn obviously is great for like B2B. So if you're trying to reach business owners, again, pretty much the same type of things for LinkedIn work on Facebook. The challenge with LinkedIn is obviously like it's more for business people. And for me in particular, what I found is LinkedIn is very like politically, you got to be very politically correct, business professional. So like the way you write things and the way you interact is very different than what you would do on Facebook, because if you don't use your words maybe the best way, people get very, I won't say offended, but they will tell you about it, right? I tend to stay away from LinkedIn. I'm much more of a, when I write, I kind of write like I would talk. It's not to say I'm saying bad things all the time. I'm not trying to be like business professional. So LinkedIn can be really great, but again, it is like a whole different playground. YouTube is an interesting one. So how many of you think that YouTube is like a social media platform? Would you consider YouTube the same as like these social media platforms? No, right? YouTube is really like a search engine. It's like Google. It's very powerful. Like people can find you on YouTube really well, but YouTube requires a whole nother level of skills. I mean, it's not even just making video. It's obviously being able to shoot video and edit video, and then you got to think about titles and thumbnails and hooks and like all kinds of stuff. But if you do it really well, YouTube can be like immensely powerful. But it definitely takes a lot of time. So for me, YouTube is definitely a place that I focus a lot on, and then Instagram is the other place I focus on. These are the two platforms for me that I have found, these are the ones that I care about the most. And for teams, of course, some of you may have YouTube channels for your team, but is it a place for you to just like dump videos on there about like your robot reveal and random, not I would say random, but like your week 1 update, week 2 update kind of videos? Or are you actually creating a YouTube channel for your team that is like a television channel? When I say a television channel, like your YouTube channel is like a TV network where you have episodes coming out every week of a series that you have created. You know what I mean? Like, are you using it like that? That's how you have to use YouTube. Obviously, it's a great place to just host videos in general, but that's not really what YouTube will do for you if you don't utilize it to its fullest, right? It's actually, at this day and age, it's like its own TV channel. Did you know, by the way, I don't know if any of you know this, YouTube is streamed more on television. Yep. People watch YouTube more on their TVs than they watch Netflix. Like, just let that sink in for a second. If you're sitting down on your couch and you're like turning Netflix on to watch something on your TV, it's because you're probably watching a show or something to entertain yourself, right? People are doing that with YouTube more than they are for Netflix. So how often do you think people are turning YouTube on their television because they're wanting to watch a update video that's like 2 minutes or 3 minutes long, versus they want to watch a 25-minute long video of some series that like some content creator like, makes? Probably is what they're watching instead, right? Because it's TV for them. That's what it is in this day and age. But most robotics teams aren't thinking of it like that. And that's what it is. That's what YouTube is now. So YouTube can be powerful, but like I said, it's a completely different game than these platforms and other social media. But something to think about if you've never thought about that before. I don't know how many use Twitter. Formerly known as Twitter, now known as X. It's kind of like the platform that died and like was risen back up from Elon Musk, and it's pretty good nowadays compared to what it was. But Twitter's an interesting one, just because it's not utilized that I don't think it's very utilized by most robotics teams. This could be a platform that you could maybe get some momentum on, just because the fact that like there's not that many teams on it, right? So you might be able to carve out a niche for yourself. And then of course all the other ones are mostly short form video, right? TikTok, Snapchat, and then Threads is like the new Facebook's Twitter, but not that utilized yet. But also again, an opportunity potentially for your team to build a place for itself because it's still relatively new. Okay. So you want to pick one platform. Okay. That's a question that a lot of people have asked me before is like, well, what platform should we be on? Like which one should we like post on? Pick one. Okay, pick one and be really good at it. And once you get good at it, then you maybe go to another one. I would not pick all of them and try to be on all of them or multiple. Because each one, as we just brought up, each one has different content types that do better, right? So like if you're going to pick YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, they're all kind of like videos are YouTube. It's all video. Instagram is short form video. YouTube has short form video, but YouTube also has long form video. Facebook kind of is a mix of stuff, right? And so like now if you're picking multiple platforms, it's like, well, what content are you making, right? Because the more content you have to make and the different types, the more time it takes, the more skills you need, the more people you might need to do it, because like it's a lot of time to do all that stuff, right? So pick one that you want to focus on, and that honestly it goes back to who is the people that you care about the most, and what platform are they going to be on. So right now, like for your team, if you care the most about businesses and like sponsors, you probably want to pick Facebook. Instagram actually isn't that bad either nowadays for business owners, but Facebook, maybe LinkedIn. If you care about getting students to join your team, because maybe you someday want to have a team that has like 45 kids on it. Maybe your team has 8. But there are some teams that are like 50 plus, and they're like, man, that'd be great if someday that was us, right? So you want to focus on students, getting more students interested in robotics and being aware. Probably want to focus on Instagram or TikTok, right? But you need to figure out who you care about and then pick your platform, not the other way around. Pick the platform and then try to cater it to who you care about. Wrong way to do it. Okay, person first, platform second. So like for me, I care the most about students in First Robotics, because I'm trying to teach them how to do better marketing, and mentors that are in First Robotics. So Instagram is mostly for the student side, a little bit of the mentor side, but not as much. YouTube is really for the mentor side for me, because like most of the adults or whatnot are going to see my videos maybe pop up on like if they do a Google search or something, and it could pop up. Facebook, I do kind of a little bit just because these two are linked to each other. Like Instagram and Facebook are owned by the same company, so if you post on one, it can go to the other. It's not the best way to do Facebook and Instagram. You should have different content on each platform, but it is at least an easy way to just kind of hit both platforms at the same time. So Facebook is another one that I'll utilize for like the mentor side, because I know that a lot of the mentors that I care about are on Facebook. Okay, I don't touch LinkedIn, I don't touch TikTok, I don't touch Twitter, I don't touch any of the other ones, because I don't want to take time away from the other platforms that I care about to like dilute my message on those. Okay, so pick your platform. Once you've started doing that, then how do we do it consistently so that it doesn't just die, right? And that's the hard part. Like consistency is the like number one thing that we care about. Okay, key to marketing success isn't like fancy video editing. It's not amazing photos. It's not like great copywriting. It's pretty much just continuing to do it long enough until it pays off. Now there are some things that we want to do to essentially increase the chances that it will pay off, because like we don't want our marketing to be like we're just taking like spaghetti and throwing it out the wall and seeing what sticks. That's a bad way to do marketing. Okay, the better way to do marketing is you throw things at the wall until it sticks, and then the stuff that sticks, you do more of that stuff, and all the other stuff that didn't stick, you stop doing that stuff. Okay, and so we'll get down to that here in a second, but consistency is what matters. Okay, it's not about necessarily quality. It's just being present all the time, or at least often. Generate as many ideas as you can that fall into each of those content buckets. I think one of the biggest things that teams typically struggle with is like, we don't know what to post. We don't know what to make. We don't know what to like put out there, right? If there's an event you're doing, it's obvious. Like, oh, we got to post about this event. Like today, we got to post about Jumpstart. Great. Then once Jumpstart's done, you're like, nah, I don't know, right? Until practice. And then we'll post about our practice, okay? And then what? It's like only when something comes up, they have an idea. But after that, it's like, I have no idea, right? Generate ideas. We'll talk about how you can do that. But like the more ideas you can generate, the amount of things you can make content about is endless. But generating ideas can be challenging. So we can talk about how we do that. But make just ideas and write them down. Like have like an idea journal, or even a Google spreadsheet. And just something pops in your head, you just type it in there. And just make as many things as you can. Some will be good, some will be bad. Doesn't matter. right? As long as you've got things in there, it gets the ball rolling, the creative ball rolling. Make a content calendar to track how often you're posting and switch up your content types. Of course, consistency, right? I'm sure that teams who are doing social media now, maybe you are consistent. Like once a week, we post once a week. Or maybe every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we make a post. Or you might be a team where it's like we post just kind of whenever something comes up, right? Like we posted this week, and then like nothing came up for a couple weeks, so we posted again. And then, we posted 3 times that week, right? And it's kind of like this, right? It's just like a whenever. Make a content calendar to be consistent. Even once a week is super powerful. That's all I aim to do for myself, is once a week. I'm really busy. Even once a week, sometimes it slips through my fingers. But I think once a week is usually easy enough for me, and it's easy enough for most teams. That would be like the baseline I would start. Dedicate time each week to creating content so you build up a backlog of content to pull from. This is really important. Right? You don't want to be in the like, I made it, and then I posted it, and then I have to make another thing, and then I post that one, then I make the next one, then I post that one, right? And it's just like hand to mouth all the time. It's much better to actually make a bunch of content in one go and then put it in the bank. Because then when there are weeks that you get busy, you just like have all this stuff. Like, oh yeah, we made that a couple weeks ago. Yeah, we can put that out there. Right now, I have a video from Worlds. I haven't posted yet. My team has seen it because I showed it to them when I made it. I'm still trying to figure out when I want to post it. It's just sitting in the bank right now. But I have a video made from Worlds of a student on our team who wears jorts to competition. And there's like an SNL skit of like Jimmy Fallon and Will Ferrell, like, I'm in my jorts. I'm in my jorts shorts. And so I made a video using that song from Worlds, and it's hilarious. And I haven't posted it yet because I'm like, I'm not really sure when I want to post it. I'm sure like I'll figure it out, but like I've just been sitting on it in the bank. I'm like, I don't know, but one day that's gonna come in handy. But like that's something that you can do is like you can just make content and just put it away, and then you just have something ready to go when those weeks get busy that you just can't make anything. Okay. And then lastly is like assign roles to people on your team so that everyone knows what they're responsible for. Now I know that some teams like you don't have a lot of people on your team that do media and marketing, right? You got like one kid. Okay, that's okay. Maybe they can wear multiple hats, maybe not. But if you have enough people, maybe 2, maybe 3, these are kind of some of the like roles you can assign them, okay? You have content creators. These are the ones who make the content. They take the pictures, they shoot the videos, they do the editing, and they make the content. You have your content strategist. This is someone who generates the ideas and plans out what's going to be posted and when. So they're the idea person. They're like, yep, here's a bunch of ideas I've got, and I just wrote them all down, and like we could post this one next week, and then this one the following week, and this one the following week, right? You've got your community manager. This is like the person who does the actual posting and responds to comments. So that the content's been made, and they're like, okay, yep, I'll go put it out there on Instagram. I'll go put it out on Facebook. I'll make sure it gets scheduled. And if people like it or comment, like I'll reply back to them, like, you know, and they keep the conversation going. They build that community. And then the last one, and this is probably the one, honestly, is like super important that I'm trying to do more of, is the data analyst. This is someone on your team who actually looks at your social media's metrics. How many likes did this post get? How many comments did it get? How many views did it get? How many shares did it get? And you actually see what's working. Rather than like you put it out there, you're like, oh man, this one got a lot of views. Like, woohoo, right? And it feels good. But like, are views the thing you care about? I'll give you a primary example. My team went viral last year. We were on our way to Worlds, and I looked at our Instagram, and we had a video that had 1.2 million views on it. And I'm like, what? It's like a 10-second clip of a 360 video of our robot like climbing up the cage. It just like blew up. No one on the bus even knew that we had a viral video. I had to like show people. I'm like, guys, do you know we have a video? Like 1.2 million views. Like, no, we don't. I'm like, yeah, we do. Look. Like, oh my gosh. Right? Had no idea. And it's primarily because like, even though it went viral and we had like all these views, all the views are probably from people probably all over the world. Right? Like all over the world. It's not like they're people in our community or area. So, you know, no one is like emailing us or making phone calls or sending us messages like, oh my gosh, I saw your video. I'd really like to, you know, learn more about your program. Just random people on the internet. And so like views can feel really good, But like, is that the best metric that you want to use to track your team's social media success? Maybe. I mean, it kind of depends, right? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, in my mind, shares are super valuable. If people see something that I put out there and then they feel like, man, this is so good, I need to show someone else, that means that I did a good job, right? Because, like, how often do you see something and you're like, oh, I got to show my friend. Like, this is so funny, right? You got to show somebody. If you feel like you have to show someone because it was that good, that person made a good piece of content. Like, they did something right. So shares for me are like the thing that I care about like the most. If it gets lots of shares, I did something right, right? But I don't know how many teams are actually tracking their data. You should pull a report like once every 2 weeks or so and just see what post did the best, what got the most likes, what got the most views, what got the most comments and shares. And whatever one did, make more of that. Right? How can we take that and like make another version, let's just tweak it, right? And do that again. That will then start to grow your social media a lot faster than just random things whenever they pop up in your brain and then just, again, whatever sticks, right? The thing we want is know, like, trust. We want our audience to feel like they know us. Okay, once they know us, we want them to like us. Once they like us, we want them to trust us. And once they trust us, asking for their support is a lot easier, okay? This is like the funnel that we need people to go down. Because, like, again, the first step is just simply getting them to know who you are. Like, oh, yeah, I saw that one video on Facebook. That was really cool. Like, that was neat, right? And then they see that more than once, or, like, they see your stuff more than once. Like, yeah, you guys always put out some really cool stuff. I really like it. Yeah, you're doing, like, some really interesting things. Like, keep it up. And then they start to trust, like, yeah, man, the stuff you guys put out is really great. It seems like you're really building a great program, and you're doing a lot for students in the community in STEM and education. And I'd really like to see how I can be involved. And now they want to support you in some way, shape, or form, right? But like they got to go down that journey first. And it all starts with, who do we care about the most? And then how do we do all that for that person? Okay? You don't want to try to hit everybody. And this is the reality of how we do marketing. You don't want to try to hit every single person all the time. Okay? If you think to yourself right now, what is the one group of people that would be the most impactful for your team if you got more of their support, that's the person you want to focus on right now. Then maybe once you've made progress there, then you start to look at who's the next group of people. Okay? And it can change throughout the season too, because obviously during the build season it's different than in the off seasons when we have more time. But you don't want to try to go everywhere, because otherwise you dilute your message. And then you're not really hitting anybody effectively, and then you don't really get any traction. Now, this is only the beginning. Okay? Effective marketing utilizes a lot of different tools. So if you want to learn more, you're always open to contact me. Here's my email. You can send me an email anytime you like. These are the social media channels that I have. You can always follow me and see my content that I put out there. I try to post like once a week. Sometimes now it's been like once every 2 weeks, but at least I'm consistent. I don't like let weeks and months go by before I post anything. So, yeah. I'll put that back. Any questions? And if you do have a question, I have a microphone here that it would be great if you could speak into it so I can get your question. Any questions on anything that I brought up? I'll bring it to you. Right. It's okay. What do you got?
Do you find that there's a lot of value for teams to host a website?
Yes, definitely. 100%.
What do you think the number one thing that they should have on that website would be?
Okay. So, yeah, you should definitely have a website. Right? It's in this day and age, your website is your storefront. Okay, that's your store. So it's the place where people go to buy your things and learn about you. Right? I don't say buy your things per se, because obviously we don't really sell anything. But general idea is it's your home base. Okay, on the internet, it's your home base. Not only that, but it is the thing that your team actually owns. So social media is very powerful, but like the social media platforms are not, like, you don't own your social media page. If Instagram goes out of business or Meta goes out of business, like, that's gone. And everything you've ever done just deleted, right? But your website is yours. Like that's your property per se that you own, that it's not going to go away unless you delete it, right? So you definitely should own one. As to what should go on your website, again, this kind of gets down to like, who do you care about? So like, think about this. If someone goes to your website, how are they getting to your website? Are they doing a Google search for robotics in my area and it pops up on like the top 10? Are they purposely typing in your website that they found from a business card somewhere? Like, how are they getting to your website in the first place, right? Because they have to learn about your website some way, shape, or form. And then how they get there is like, what were they doing that they decided to go to your website, right? If they're searching robotics teams in my area, maybe they're a student or a parent trying to see if there's robotics in their area. And so therefore, if they get to your website, what's the first thing that you want them to see? What your team does and why students should join your team, right? If it's a business owner coming to your website because they're, I don't know, you gave them your card and you're like, hey, you looking to support us? Here's my business card. They type in your email or your website. The first thing you want them to land on is probably some way that they can contact you and fill out your information so we can get in touch with you. So it kind of depends on like who's coming to your website, and when they land there, what is the thing that you want them to see, and then that. Now, the one thing about websites that you have to be a little bit careful about is not putting too much stuff, okay? Because websites can be like just a rabbit hole of stuff that like no one even knows is there, because no one is going to sit and like click through all your different links on your website. They're not. They're going to go to your website. Whatever the first thing is like that they see right away is hopefully something you really care about them seeing. They might scroll down a little bit, maybe they'll click on something, and then they're going to bounce off. That's just how it goes, right? People are not usually going to sit on your website for a long time unless they're doing deep research about your robotics team. Like, and that's probably because they're someone who like is interested in your team that you met and chatted with, and so now they're like they're trying to like, is this something I really want to care about? Is this something my team, my students should do? Let me like read through, and they're digging. But that's typically less common. So it's not quite the answer maybe you're looking for, but typically I would say if I were to build a website from scratch, the very first thing at the very top of my website, I would probably have a video of here's who we are and what we do, and it's probably targeted towards whoever my team cares about the most right now. And probably like a button or a contact form of like, if you're interested in connecting with us, fill out this form and send us your information, like your email at least, right? And then you can like reach out to them and start the conversation going. That's what I would have, like at bare minimum. You know, like what robots have we built? Probably not that many, right? So, you know, even just bare bones of like just collect information. Give information, collect information. It's probably what you want on your website, just bare bones. Other questions? Behind you?
So, I'm a senior this year.
Yep.
And my mindset has kind of been shifting from just the quality of the marketing into what's going to happen next year and how is my team going to do without me. And one kind of problem that I've been running into is obviously I want to maintain our team brand. That's like the big focus. But I don't want my teammates to do the exact same thing I did. I want them to have their creative solutions for marketing. So how do I kind of train them to maintain the brand while also do their own thing?
Okay, that's a good question. So I guess question I have back for you first is, do you have any kind of content calendar thing in place that's like consistent? So even once you leave, the people that are on your team doing marketing continue to be consistent?
No, not currently.
You should put that in place. Do you have roles that you have on your team for like your media marketing so that you have people who like do certain things like this? Or is it just kind of like everyone sort of does all kinds of stuff?
It's not necessarily restricted to that, but we have certain people, like we have one of my teammates who focuses more on like the pictures, and then I'm more of like I would say the strategist. So we kind of have that, but not strict roles.
Okay. So I would first start by making a content calendar and make that a part of your media team's like habit daily thing, right? We have a calendar, we fill it out, we know what we're posting, even if it's one time a week. In terms of the roles, That's okay if you don't have the roles. The types of content that you decide to make, whether it's pictures or videos, like that can change from year to year. But as long as you're consistently making content and again, you're hitting the different buckets, you can do it in whatever way that plays to the people's strengths on your team. Because again, different years might have different things, but our messaging is still going to be consistent, right? The last part is does your team have a brand board? Do you know what a brand board is? Okay. I will have to show it another time. A brand board is basically a visual that has your colors, your fonts, your logo, and like the team voice of how your team sounds on the internet. If you have something like that, then even new people can make content that will at least sound like your team even when you're gone. So, okay. All right. Thank you so much for being here. I didn't mean to take too much of your time. I don't know what time the session ends at, so. Did I go over?
Kids are getting hungry.
That's fair. Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Hold on, let me 1 second. What's up?
My team's a little smaller,
Yep.
but
Alright, so we'll get started here. So this is the drive team and match strategy at a regional. So this is going to be covering all of like the drive team positions and what they do, as well as Kirsten is going to be talking about the match strategy side of things as our scouting lead.
How many people in here are currently on or have been on drive team? Show of hands. How many people are interested?
That they're coming for you, Tate. Look at that. Alright. So first of all, I'm Noah. This is my third year on the team. I'm a junior. I was the 2024 off-season operator for FRC 4607. I did Nightmare, and I was the 2025 operator this year, and I also am on the Impact team. I do build on the team. I CNC a lot of our 2x1s that we do to build the robot, and that's about it.
I'm Kirsten. This is also my third year on the team, and I'm also a junior. I am one of the leads this year of our scouting and strategy department. And last year, I did a lot with scouting. On our team, we call it the Scout Master. So I was up in the stands, kind of running with people. And then I've also got some kind of off-season and the 2025 season match strategy experience.
I'm Tate. I am on Binary Battalion 728. This is my fourth year on the team. This is my second year being a captain on Binary Battalion. I have been a driver for 1 year. This will be my last year as a senior. I do mostly build, drive team, little bit of CAD.
When you do a primary talking, that's the microphone.
Haha. Okay. So, overview of operator. So, the operator, so it depends on what role the operator has. So, this year, I had a minimal role as operator. It was just kind of like the manual intake buttons. So, like if a coral went in wrong, I would be able to intake that better. And I'm also looking out for stuff. So, LG, you're saying at your driver's station, it's really hard to see the stuff in front of you. The LG, especially as a driver, they can't always be looking down immediately right there. So I was the eyes of that. So you should have a list of duties as your operator. So when you grab your driver's station and you're right behind the previous operator and drive team. So you're gonna put that in. You're gonna plug in your Ethernet. So these lights are gonna tell you a decent amount. So if the previous team had issues and they needed to like E-stop or A-stop, the light is going to be flashing. So you're going to go over and crank the button and it'll stop flashing. So that's really important because if you select an auto and your A-stop's on, sometimes FMS is going to tell you that. They'll come up to you and go, hey, your A-stop's on. But I mean, your auto's not going to run even if you select it. So, yep. Connect controller and driver station. So just make sure we have our driver station and driver controller on 0, and then our operator controller is on 1. So just make sure all of your stuff's connected. It's really important. You have, as an operator, a huge role. You're gonna make sure, for us at least, that your auto selected and correct. Lime lights are on and visible on the screen. And then, like I said, you're gonna be the eyes. And you might have a more major role than what I had just as the operator this year. Sometimes, like, one of the drivers is gonna only have the drivetrain controls, and you're gonna have all the movement, like elevator this year and like scoring. So be very wary of that. So.
Being an operator as well, like typically you will have control over the manipulator, kind of like how Noah just said. And really that role is more just kind of like repetition. Like you kind of know what you're gonna do each match. So like for Reefscape, for example, like you go up to the reed, you know you're gonna have to put a coral on the level. So it's more kind of just listening to what like your driver and your drive coach has to say, and really like being receptive to that. Because like you know you're just gonna be doing the same stuff over and over again, instead of like the driver having to weave in and out, and the drive coach kind of taking view of the field to tell the driver and the operator what to do. So as Noah said a couple times, at least the last few years on our team, it's not as major of a role, but it's still important.
Yeah. Sorry. At Binary, we also do it a little different. We generally don't have an operator from year to year. We found that the communication from drive coach to driver is a lot easier if there's not another person that's also absorbing that information and trying to control the same robot at the same time as a driver. So we generally run 2 human players instead of an operator.
Yeah, so everybody does it a little differently. Sometimes as an operator, you're gonna have a lot of controls, little controls. It very depends each year. So, driver overview. So, as a driver, you're gonna be going to drive team meetings with your operator if you have one. Just be listening for. I guess we have a slide on that coming up. But before match, you're gonna be listening in on your match strategy, making the actual plan to do all the match. So for us, we're out there, so driver and usually human player carries out the robot onto the field and just waits there for the operator's thumbs up to get that limelight view. Because we've had it so the limelight just is disconnected or it doesn't work sometimes, and so you're just gonna hold a thumbs down there and tell your driver that they are out there, because they can't start the match if you're still out there. So, yeah, right before the match is about to start, you're gonna review your strategy with your team. Sometimes stuff gets like miscommunicated, or if something needs to change strategy-wise, which we found out a lot of it kind of does right before the match needs to start. So, and then meetings at the end of your game, after your match, we have like post-matches or post-match like recaps, where we're just like reviewing like what went wrong, and it's like it's not a blame game like, oh, the human player didn't give a coral in time or is really slow. It's like stuff that you can improve on. So it's really important to have those, because if you don't, you're just going to keep making the same mistakes every single time, and that stuff needs to be communicated. So LEDs on our robot. So Nightmare's not on right here, but LEDs tell the driver very important stuff. So this year we had it so when you hit the intake button, it's going to be flashing your LEDs at you, and it's going to turn green once that coral gets in there, which is really important because we also have a vibration on the controller to let you know, because sometimes you can't always see that. We actually had a sponsor panel right on the front of our robot, and we weren't able to see that coral being intaked right there. So LEDs are super important. We have climb confirmation LEDs. What else do we have? We have all of our set point LEDs. So yes, reef alignment. Reef alignment was huge this year. So it's just going to let you know. And again, there's a little vibration. So you're going to be holding that button, and it's going to strafe side to side, however you have that set up. But that's really important. And as a operator and hopefully a driver this year, it's super important to be watching out for those LEDs. Nothing to add? Okay. MoSim. So I play a lot of MoSim. It's the FRC simulator. There's also another one out there. I don't remember the exact name. It's X something, XRC, yeah. MoSim, it's not like lifelike really, but it gets you in that, field-orientated driving. It's swerve drive. It's got different controls. You got Orbit, the new update with High Tide, Jack in the Bot, and then there's another team out there. So it's cool to try out different teams as robots. It's cool to see just your own level of skill, and it's the familiarity of those buttons and those sequences of align, elevator up, drop off, and go and grab another piece. So my high score is 171 on there. If anybody can beat that, that would be kind of fun to do. So, anything?
I haven't really practiced with any MoSim or XRC programs in the past. I've recently started to pick up XRC with FTC season coming around, but I really think I should start, or any driver in fact should probably start playing simulators like this to kind of simulate how a game might play. And yeah, I think it'll benefit most drivers in this situation.
Yeah. So drive coach overview. So Houston will talk about this one. I haven't done a lot of drive coaching, so there you go.
So I was the drive coach in 2024, kind of like off season, for our B-bot. It was just kind of something that like the freshmen on our team built that year, and then we were able to take it to off-season events and kind of run like a little mock drive team. And really, as I kind of said before, the role of the drive coach is to just kind of take an overview. Oh shoot. There we go. Of just kind of everything that's going on the field, because like you've got the driver and the operator, like tunnel vision on the robot, on the game pieces. So the drive coach is very important to know like taking a look at what traffic is going on, because like this year on 4607, center of gravity was an issue. So with our manipulator extended, like our elevator extended, and if we have to make like a quick stop because we're about to hit another robot, like we're falling over. So it's very important to just kind of like make your driver aware of what routes to take and have routes like in mind. So for 2024, we had, I think, 3 different like routes that we would take depending on where the most robots were. So it's important to kind of just be watching each of those ways and telling the driver how they should weave in and out. And just really like information. And then for the driver's meeting at the end as well, like you should be taking note of how your operator and your driver are doing. So, you got anything to add?
We kind of take a step back with our drive coach. Generally, we try and keep the drive coach as far away from what the robot is doing and try and take it as a step back and see what is going on in the field. So the drive coach is really just giving more information to the driver by letting them know what are our teammates doing, what is the opponent doing, how much time is left in the match, is there a piece of coral on the floor that I can't see, or any other small information that I might not be able to process because I'm focused on driving the robot. So he's more of or they are more of a person that informs the driver instead of telling them what to do.
Yeah, to touch on that as well. Ranking points are huge. It's how you rank. But that's what our drive coach does as well. It's like we try to RP hunt is what we call it, and it's just trying to get the most RPs. Like drivers focus on scoring. It's a path. You're looking out, and you're trying to get those game pieces. The drive coach should be like Tate said, taking a step back and looking. How many ranking points do we have? Do we need to do the co-op to get that, or can we force co-op, or just whatever we can do? And then with the operator, our drive coach works with our operator. It's making sure that driver station is set up. We've had problems in the past of, wrong auto set, no auto set, those kinds of things. It's like our drive coach has a checklist and goes through the entire thing every single time. It kind of gets a little like annoying, like, yep, I did that, yep, it's plugged in. But it's like you need the consistency, and that's going to cost your team probably valuable RP and points. So.
One thing before match strategy, it's important to know that all of this stuff is customizable, just how like 7028 and 4607 do drive teams very differently, in case you weren't able to pick that up yet. So it's really just kind of like trial and error, figure out what works for you, what like manpower you have. Do you have someone who's a phenomenal driver and they can take all of it, or do you need to split it? And then like communication's a big thing too. Do you have 2 people that work really well together, or is it a lot of butting heads out on the field? So those are important to know. Now match strategy. So I have them here, but so you're going to want to start with pre-scouting before the event. Scouting data is something that will help you a lot when making strategy. It helps you see where each robot is, how everyone's doing, who meshes well with you. And that's just kind of taking a look at like who are you playing with during this regional and what can they do. Scout a match or 2. It doesn't have to be that much, and then have that data kind of on the back burner for you to be able to look at. And that will help with match planning. So on 4607, we have multiple documents that we use at an event, and one of them is match planning. So on one side it shows who's on your alliance, and the other it shows on who the other alliance is. And it basically just kind of predicts points and how that match is going to play out. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like, do we need to give this match like our complete everything, or is it just kind of like a normal thing? Is it going to be tight? Do we need to do like some extra research into how the opposing alliance plays to figure out how we can outplay them, just kind of stuff like that. And it also gives your drive team a good feel for like what they're going into. Because with like the strategy and the scouting, you're kind of trying to mitigate all like uncertainties. at the event, whether it's like alliance selection and you need to be prepared for like your picks and who's going to pick you or stuff like this. And then scouting also goes into a data sheet, which I highly recommend that every team has. I understand that some teams don't have like the people to be able to scout every match and whatnot, but just to have some sort of like upkeep on all of the teams, especially like the teams that you're directly playing with, is very important. It can help you see where their ranking is in like correspondence to what you find is important versus just kind of looking at the ranks. Because if you don't know already, like the number one ranked team at the event can just also get really lucky with their schedule, or a team can get very unlucky with their schedule, and then the rank that they are doesn't really show how they can play. I know us and Binary have both experienced those scenarios, so it is important to just kind of look at the team your way. And it's just good to look at, to show other teams as well, so they're also prepared for what's going on. And then with that, make sure that your data is getting uploaded. Make sure that you're looking at the most current stuff up to date. We all know anything can change at any time, so it is important that you're on the most recent stuff. Now, that was kind of like an intro for the actual match strategy part, just kind of like being prepared. For actual match strategy, you should have at least one person off of your drive team and one strategy person, because the strategy person is going to be there. They know all of the things that your robot does, whether like if you're doing an algae match, it knows the best way that we can perform that and stuff like autos as well. Just kind of, again, with like that routes thing, they are the person who knows that better than anyone else. And then having a drive team member is also a good thing because, again, no one knows actually driving the robot better than someone who does it. So they're going to be able to have a feel for what teams you're kind of like working in harmony with almost. So having at least those two people to go around to talk to other teams before the match, it's something that you should be doing. And with that, also be prepared for the match meeting. I like to have a dry erase clipboard and dry erase markers. I know a lot of teams like to do that. So you're able to write down auto paths and really just write them out. Like there's been a couple times that this year we've worked with toolcats. I don't know how many people have seen like their autos, they know what they do, but I'm pretty sure it's like a 4-piece auto this last year. Yeah, so like it's a huge auto and they move around a lot. So this year the reef was labeled A through J, K, M, I think, something like that. It was labeled with letters. And so being able to say like, oh, our robot goes to I, then comes back to the source, goes to J, comes back. It's important to know like, oh, our robot also goes to I, you score more points, so we'll just run this auto instead. So we can get the RP that we all have in auto, but also you score more points than us, so we want you to be able to do your thing without our interrupting. And really it's just kind of bouncing ideas off of each other. This is something, you don't want to be too overbearing. Obviously, everyone has a bias towards their own robot. So it's like, oh, we're really good at this, we can do this, let us do this, let us do this. But they could be better than you. Just because you don't see it that way, like, you need to be able to kind of share the conversation and bounce ideas off of each other as well. Y'all got anything?
Well, here at Binary, we kind of do the same process before a match. We grab our alliance members, meet at one of our pits. Usually, instead of having a strategy person, we tend to have just the driver and the drive coach. It kind of simplifies things more, keeps it more centralized with the amount of people. What we do is we get everyone together, and then we have our little secret folder, as we call it, with all of our autos in it, and we kind of draw them out alongside our alliance members to see if we have any conflicting autos or anything. And then we go into teleop, talk about that. Hey, you guys do L4 really good, you guys should do L4 because we can do algae as well. So we kind of divide each of our categories into different tasks that we do during the match. And then we go into endgame, same thing, you deep climb, we're all gonna deep climb. It's fine. More on the stand scouting spot, we have our own app that we use where it gathers data from our stand scouters. Since we have a larger team, we're able to have a large amount of people in the stand scouting each robot every single match. And we use that data usually during a line selection when we need to determine which team is the best pick for us and our specific position. We make a pick list right before playoffs, and that is what we go off for scouting.
This is you, Noah, not me.
Alright, drivers meeting, just to sum it up. Alright, just to sum it up, I mean, those of you who haven't really been to one at all, it lets you know where to go in and off of the field, which is really important, because if you don't know, it gets really conflicting, which is really annoying. Layout of the field, so it's just gonna let you know like where those like lights are to let you know like if this field's safe to go onto or if they're still counting, because I think it is a penalty if you go onto the field when they're still counting or they haven't like given you the green light. So that's really important to know. It's really hard to hear, especially at a regional like this where it's like everybody's talking around you and they have the microphone and it's just echoing. It's so hard to hear. But there's not a ton to it. It's just letting you know, like, it's a review of the rules. It's a review of, where to go in and off the field, the penalties, all that kind of stuff. So if you're, like I said, driver, operator, it's really important for you guys to be out there and listening to those rules. So, because you can really hurt your team if you don't. You got anything to add on that? Okay. Questions at all?
Before we get into questions, I just want to emphasize that, like, this presentation, like, A, is to kind of, like, help people learn about it if they're not familiar with how drive team operates, but also to show that, like, we have stayed up here for, like, differing opinions, that it's really customizable to what works for you. There's no really, like, set way to do it. There's a way that a lot of teams do it, but if that doesn't work for you, then you shouldn't try to mesh your team to that. So it's really something that you just have to, like, figure out on your own. Now questions.
Or share what your team does.
Yeah.
If you have any different positions.
All right.
Who here has an operator?
How big are your parts on your team? Like, when you're operating the robot, how much do you actually do?
You can't have a driver without me off. Like, you can't have a driver without. We call
Okay.
it co-driver, so you can't have me without my co-driver.
Okay, so you like split the controls like right down the middle. Is it like a drivetrain functions?
He drives and like controls when we like suck in the gate juices. I control the manipulator on where we go.
Okay. What about you?
We do have an operator, but he's brand new. We lost most of our drive team last year
Mhm.
because they graduated.
Okay. Yeah, that's always. Did you have like off-season practice at all that you were able? No. Oh. Okay.
That was only because we had like 3 injuries.
Okay. What about you in the back?
Yeah, our driver almost always only drives. I think there was a couple controls they had last year, but we mainly focus on the driver drives, the operator operates.
Okay.
We also had a kind of similar thing where we lost about one drive team, but we had an off-season competition, we got some fun practice.
That's good. Do you notice like any latency between like the driver drives up to the reef and the operator like takes a second to get the elevator up, or is it kind of just like seamless?
Not when we got in a rhythm. Our operator was like a 3 years experienced operator.
Okay.
So he had a lot of experience doing it, and it was, by the time we got to like our last competition when we were at state, it was pretty streamlined for playing into the threes at motor and all.
Okay. So, any questions at all? Anything that you want like a review on or anything?
What kind of special things did we do? Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't know about like those edge case scenarios where we have to change a direction, burp the coral, bump the algae. Those are on the operator controls. Or the main driver has the main controls doing it pretty much 100% of the robot, but then there's another controller off on the side that has those what if scenarios programmed into it.
Yeah.
Talk about some of those
So
things.
yeah, it's a bumpy situation. I'm not gonna lie. Like if there was one time where we had, the elevator wasn't moving up and down just for some reason, maybe like a mix up of the buttons. And it's like I was sitting there and it's just like it's not moving and we were lined up perfectly with an L2 and I hit that button, I ejected that piece, it scored it perfectly, and it's just like, oh, what was that for? You know, it's like it's hard to turn to your driver, have a conversation about how, oh, is your elevator moving? No. What do you want me to do about it? That kind of thing. It's kind of like it's faster to just do something and try and go attempt it again than to have like an entire conversation on the field. So, there's been situations where it's, you know, some doesn't go.
Speed, high speed, you have control.
Yeah, so there's a high power, low power for the barge. So if we are farther back at that tape line, we're doing a high power, but sometimes it's like just bumping up to the barge, and so low power, it just kind of drops in like that. That usually doesn't change for us at all. It's kind of like predetermined at the beginning of the match, which is really important. Having a conversation before the match with your driver operator is really important to let them know, like, hey, I want it high power, I'm going to stay farther back, and the driver just has to remember that, you know? So it's kind of catered to what the driver wants on our team at least. So it's like, hopefully, like this year, we're gonna have like the operator's gonna have more of a hand in like the systems of it. It's gonna be more of a drive train with some functions on the driver controller. But it's hard to have conversations, you know. So, what about you? About the same?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we try and mitigate, as much human-to-human contact as possible, because humans are slow.
Yeah.
It's easier to just think and do something instead of thinking, telling someone, having them do that, and then you going back to what you're doing. It really is just, in our opinion, speeds up the process, and that's why we do that.
Yeah.
The philosophy that our team has throughout, quite a few years is it a driver operation or is it a non-driving operation, right? So like intaking a piece off the floor, it's very much driver operated.
Yep.
So that's the control the driver will get. Versus like an elevator, that's not driving, that's not a driving function, so the driver never gets that function. So that's the question to be asking going into a driver versus operator.
For sure, yeah. That's how it was at the end of our season. Our main driver graduated, so when we split the controls, it was like, okay, ground LG, driver control, intake, driver control. Like, I switched over to barge with driver control just because there was latency of like, okay, I'm there, and now it's going up, you know. I'm slowing down so I can raise it as I go. So, yeah, there's definitely those.
Yeah, that's what we had with our driver taking off the LG operation. It was weird to like have an operator do it while they're only back, because you had to like drive backwards while taking off.
Mm-hmm.
But then like intaking and placing all pieces, that was the operator control.
Okay, yeah. We just had like a one button on the operator where it just went to that set point, and it was a continuous intake until we actually grabbed it, and it was just a back out.
We did it for like pistol buttons years ago, so that was the
Yeah.
operator, but actually it was intake.
Yeah, same. What about you?
On my team, we had two teams that had the operator on operator, and the driver would do the drive forward thing, and I was operating at the place that I was actually
Okay, yeah.
here, and we like during practice got pretty like consistent actually when we do that together at the same time, both of them.
Yeah, that's kind of like the main point. Like, you can have one driver, you can have co-pilot with another driver. You know, it's all that kind of like, how much time do you have to practice? If you don't have time to practice, it's like that one person, you know. It's going to be like, it's going to take that person a long time to be able to like, okay, now I have to raise the elevator. So it's going to be like mainly a one driver situation, but we have a practice field, luckily, that we have. So it's like we have hours and hours of practice with a driver and operator. So it's all the time that you have to practice with, I think.
With the experienced operators and drivers in the room, do you find that you are working with your coding team, tell them what you want, or are they telling you what you get? You're the customer, so that your coding team should be supplying you the controls, how you need them, the buttons mapped where you need them.
Well, our driver was our programming lead, and
So you got exactly what
the
you needed.
technician in programming, and yeah, so that was like half our programming team was on drive team, so that was pretty seamless with the controls. But
Yeah. So
it's like if our operator just asked, like, yeah, can you change this button? And be like, okay.
who's like going for a drive team? Like they're trying out for drive team this year. Like operator, all the positions. Those returning drivers and operators. Okay, good. I'll be like, if you're returning. Yeah, I think that's.
Something on controls too, you gotta keep in mind there's different ways to do it. Like on CIS last year, we had an Xbox controller and that's what the driver used. And then our operator had like a panel with buttons and switches on it. You guys had a choice.
Yeah, we do the Thrustmaster 2000s, or what are they called? Something like that. But it really helps, I guess. I think there's more buttons on it than an Xbox controller, I'd say. It's kind of like using keyboard and mouse versus an Xbox controller. You get to use more range of motion instead of just your thumbs. When I noticed driving your robot, it was...
Were you driving Eli's code?
I was.
No, mine.
Yours?
Oh, yours. Okay.
Eli's was way worse. He had shift functions. You
Yeah.
pull the button down and all the buttons changed mode.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I did drive that.
And that's why we split it up, because it's like it was catered to Eli's functions. It was how he wanted it set up. He was familiar with this, and it's like, you know, I don't want all that. I don't need all that going on in my head. So it's like, I'm gonna give the operator more functions. They have plenty of buttons on their button board, you know. So like this is designed for like you guys to take it and customize it to your own team. This isn't like, oh, copy and paste it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
So he's very lucky. Yep. Yeah, those guys. We use two of them. I have one. Okay. My dad has.
Yeah. Any more questions? Any comments at all?
I'm a mentor with 7028, and I know both of our teams have gone kind of back and forth on the drive coach being an adult
Yes.
or a student. How do you go about deciding?
Since I've been on the team, it's been Eric McCullough. I've never had B-bot, when the little fresh bot that we built, that was Kirsten as a drive coach, but like FRC with the main team has always been just Eric McCullough. I've never experienced like a student drive coach at all, so I don't really know what that is. And he does a good job of RP hunting. There's no need to switch him out, I feel. So to me, it doesn't matter. I've always had that, so it's like I don't know what the difference would be at all, and I don't care really. But like I don't have that idea of a student behind you, you know. So I don't know. So.
When choosing that, it's just kind of, in my opinion, you kind of have to find the person who does the game the best. Like, I'm pretty sure on every team there's that one person who's like always on sheet Delphi, always like looking at the manual when it's been updated. So you gotta kind of find like that person, and then our team, it seems to be a good fit. Because our 2025 driver, Eli, he was the drive coach before me and Noah came on.
What are your thoughts though? I want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know this stuff.
Okay. My bad.
So the reason we want to run, at least my perceived reason on why we run an adult driver is because they're more developed than students. They're able to handle situations that younger students that aren't fully developed as humans, or their brains aren't fully developed, they can't process the situations, or they can process the situations that we can't as well. So they're more of a emotional foundation in the drive team instead of a like member that tells you you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this. It's more of just having a person that you can kind of just follow. They're a leader. They show you how to feel in that moment, and they really are just the foundation of the drive team. You're not gonna have beef with them or anything. Like if I messed up as a driver and you're my drive coach and you're like, hey, why are we doing this? You're doing this stupid. We're young. We're dumb. We're kids. There's gonna be more emotions than that. Meanwhile, if you have an adult, they've gone through these situations before. They're more emotionally mature than students. So we found that is the reason why we want to have an adult drive coach.
Yeah. And where like the I don't care comes in is like, I don't care if you're a mentor or you're a student. You know, if you get the job done, you get the job done. So you can have a student drive coach. There's plenty of them, and there's plenty with mentors as that. It's just like if they can do the job, they can do the job. So that's my thoughts
The
on it.
polarizing position that from my perspective of having adult mentors, are those people that have dealt with that adult mentor that's overbearing on the alliance. And is that a good drive coach? the team, have somebody trying to tell you what to do, and not giving your word in, that's an unfortunate situation for you. And it's not the reason you shouldn't have an adult coach, because another adult coach did you wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Well, yeah, what was your question about?
it was along those same lines. I was gonna ask you, you were mentioning that you have, a match strategist
Hmm?
role, and you have a, drive coach role.
Yeah.
Our team had, in the past, those two roles were the same person. We called it the commander.
Okay.
So, we found that and it was a student. So
Okay.
we felt that was overwhelming the student, and we're trying to separate those this year.
Okay.
So that we have two different roles, and I just wanted you to maybe touch on, like, the difference between, and who handles what as far as that goes, and how the interaction between those two roles happens, as far as how the, strategy that's being planned by the match strategist gets to the drive coach and influence.
So we actually redid our team structure this year, so that's why they're the same. So I think Houston can talk about
Yeah,
that.
so we've had it like multiple ways in the past. So this guy Eli that we keep referencing, I'm sure some of you guys know him. But like last year and the year before, like he was on drive team and was also that strategy guy. So he was able to kind of fill that commander position. But now like looking into the next year, we are looking into, because it can be stressful and a lot going on, having a match strategist and a drive team. So the drive team can purely focus on winning the match. What are they going to do that match? Instead of taking in all that information from other people, like I do this, I want this. So it's just kind of to clear their heads. It's not something that they need to be worrying about, because the last thing you want to do with them is overwhelm them, because the chances of winning that match gets decreased. Another way to look at it too, because like we have a strategy team that is always bigger than our drive team. Our drive team members don't always come from the strategy team, and it's in a way like, why would you have a strategy team if you're not going to utilize it? That's like different thoughts coming from different people, and if you're just going to put them on the back burner because they're not on drive team, like A, that doesn't seem very fair, and B, like it's just kind of a bigger knowledge goal.
I have a question, because I don't even know how because I'm part of 4607, so you didn't know in the room. Our strategy team gives our drive team a strategy as a suggestion, or is it more like this is what you're supposed to do and execute? Or is there already a conversation between those two groups saying, we understand that the drive team has to pivot and go a different route sometimes when the match begins here, because otherwise somebody say, I told you to do this, you didn't do it, and you lost. Now there could be a blame. There's some heartburn there, right? So be careful with that one team telling what the other team to do, and if they don't follow the rules, then there's a blame game back and forth. As long as it's an open, well understood that things change in the queue line, even that sometimes the alliances go together, and the strategy team is no longer involved in that. So, is that how our two
It's
groups
kind of set in
operate?
Yeah,
stone.
we kind of do. Like, it's a bit of both, because like we have that strategy person that's there to purely make the strategy with the alliances. And in recent years, we've had Eric Manoa, our drive coach, to be there as well, so that he can relay that information to the driver and operator. So it starts out with like, this is what you're gonna do, but anything can happen. So like if someone breaks down and they need to shift to this, and it's like, well, I told you that you weren't gonna do that, and it's like, well, I used like my best judgment. We had to change things up, and that's kind of where that drivers meeting that we talked about a little bit comes into play. It's like, what was the plan? What did we do? What went wrong? What went well? So it's just kind of like a mix.
So I was mixed up there. Our strategist then is kind of the pre-scout to go talk to those other teams, so the drivers can focus on something else there, and then they report back what that alliance is going to do as a strategist. Okay, I
Yeah.
had a different path of
No.
workflow there. Okay, so that the alliance plan is already done. Then.
Yeah.
Like our team, we have that strategist team that stands for like watches the data as our scouting, and then she will come and talk to our drive coach and figure out like later in the
Mhm.
regional, like figure out strategies based on data sometimes.
get that. So for us, it's, you know, like Houston said, it's kind of set in stone. Like this match, a person is going to be out there. It's like, this is a strategy. Nobody likes it, especially with like this game where it's like, yeah, I'm going to go process too. I promise you guys, like that. And it's like end of the match is like, where's my RP, you know, like that. And that always sucks. So it should change kind of where it's set in stone, but it's also like I said, with the driver, you're just like reviewing the match strategy. Some things are going to change. It's inevitable to do that. So
And if you're changing mid-match, that's the drive coach's
Yeah.
job to relay that information from team to team. You shouldn't change your strategy and not let the rest of your alliance know, because then it's not good. If you lose, then you're in a bad situation.
A strategy is just kind of there. It's like, well, in a perfect world, everyone's gonna do this, but it's not a perfect world, so it's situational. It's a rough guideline to what we think will win us the match, but what happens happens.
Robotics is very volatile. It changes from second to second. You can never really predict exactly what's going to happen. So
yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
Like you're saying that things change a lot. Do you ever try to communicate with your human players? Like this year, the human players, fed, the robot pulled up, but last year they had to amplify at the right time. So I assume you do that strategy ahead of time and they know when to push the button. But what if things shift? Do you try to communicate, or you just try to plan for that?
your drive coach could run around the corner.
Yeah.
And talk to them. So yeah, usually the drive coach is going to be the information relay person.
Yeah.
So they're the mailman. They're running back and forth, letting everybody know what's going on.
Your drive coach should stand behind your drive team, but it shouldn't just be like a good seat to watch the field, you know? It should be, you know, you should be moving back. Yeah, it is actually kind of bad. You should be moving back. You're talking with this drive team, and it's not like, yo, what are you doing, like that. It's like just making sure they're on the path, they're doing well, there's nothing conflicting them, and then it's just like time, all that kind of stuff. So you should be communicating, like Tate said, with everything.
It can kind of go both ways as well, because like in 2024 with the amplifier, like we had our drive coach. It was funny. It was really funny watching him actually. Like he would run around and tell our human player stuff, and then like you'd see it get amplified, and our human player would run over and scream at all of the alliances,
Oh my
counting
gosh.
down. He was so loud we could hear it from the stands. So it's just like it goes both ways, because like the
Preston?
human player, not like it's not a major role, but they traditionally have time to kind of have some communication.
It's that practice of working out. So for Preston was our 24 human player. So it's just like he had the two rings that were amplified, and he would just hold them like this. He would I'm sure maybe you guys have seen him, but you know sometimes they run around like and just like Kirsten said, scream at you, and it's so loud. And for this year, it was just kind of like I'm running a processor side auto this time, so you're gonna have to switch because I'm on red 1 and you're over there and our auto's a processor side. You're just gonna have to come around for the human player. There's nothing really more than that honestly that I was communicating. I don't know about anybody else with their human players and everybody else, but that's all that I was saying.
Yeah, on binary we've traditionally given not just human player roles to human players, so they're not just doing the human player thing. They're also giving signals to the drive team or the driver. Like for example, Byard here, when we would go climb, he would either like tell us to move forward a little bit because it's hard to see at that reef area, or the barge area. So he would tell us to come closer a little bit, and then he'd like do something like freak out or something, and that's when we would know we could climb. So we used that in 2024. Our human player Keith, he would when one note was in the amp, he'd wave or he'd hold one up and then two, and then he would cross them like that when we were amplified. And
Yeah.
then I don't know if he'd run around the corner or not. I wasn't really.
There was some that were just like sheesh.
It was crazy. It was loud, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know. So last year was like, except for the bars being so close, like the two stations. Yeah, we had an auto where we're like, we need to be on this side. Sometimes it would be better for us to be on the other side. So we'd be like on one, we want to be on the left side. Or like our auto would be on the right side. So we have our human players like switch, and then with them being so close, if anything weird happened and you need to communicate with the human player, you can go have one of the drive coaches go over and be like, hey, we're doing this, or we're switching this up, and that is what's convenient when you have stations close like that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Yeah.
Yeah, a couple minutes if anybody else has any suggestions. Questions, please. This is great. Open discussion round table.
So, for those of you that didn't raise your hand, like, oh, I want to be on drive team next year, I'm trying out. Always try out for drive team. You can be the media person. It's that. So right now for driver, I'm trying out for driver this year. I don't have that much competition. Not because they're bad, but nobody wants to try out. Like, you can be horrible at it. You can have never touched an Xbox controller in your life. Try it out. Your team should be, unless you're like Einstein returning team, then it'd be kind of like annoying to kick out your driver. But I mean,
it's a stressful position. It's
yeah.
the quarterback of the team.
Oh yeah.
People want to be on that position, then they get behind the sticks, behind the glass, like, ooh. No,
Yeah. It's everybody can go, oh, that's easy. Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he score there? That was such a horrible play. And then they'll pick up the controller and it's like, wow, this is hard.
Yeah.
So it's like, give the driver, give the operator, give every position, just try it out, give them that competition to make them better, Steel sharpens steel, So if you don't have that person trying out and trying to make you better, then you're going to remain average. And nobody wants an average drive team. So.
The absolute worst thing that could happen is that you don't get the role. Like, no harm, no foul.
And the worst thing is even if you do try out and someone who's not as good as that role that you were, they get the role, and then you're kind of dissing your team a little bit. You're leaving them in a position that's worse. So just give it a shot. If you're good at it, great. That's what we want. We want people who are good at things to try out and fill those roles.
And if you're not, play some MoSim. You'll get better.
Throw some coral.
Yeah, throw some coral. There's always I'm sure you guys have seen them where they I know OP, they would throw them like that into the slot, and it's just like, holy, people don't just walk up there and throw it. It's hours of practice. So you can be, like I said, you can be bad right away. I know that I wasn't amazing. I'm still not amazing. It's always, you're trying to get better and better. Every time I touch the controls, I get better at it. I never get worse, usually. But it's just give it a try. Give it some time, and it'll all work out. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that wasn't actually that bad. I was like, we're moving through this pretty fast. But it's like, oh.
mic too. Primary speaker, please wear that. If you have two speakers, just kind of speak closely.
She's just my tech support, or how do you put this on?
Either around the ears or around the neck like that.
So kind of like
Just kind of have that microphone in this general area.
like this?
Yeah.
Okay. I also have an activity with this one. We'll try. Yeah, literally last year this clicker exploded. All right. Yeah, so I'll just tell you next slide. But I still have laser pointer. The last thing is juice boxes for the winners. That for anybody else. I've got the whiteboard markers here, and these worksheets. I'll have you help me set up groups. We're gonna do 3 groups. Okay, we're gonna do 3 groups because there's just enough people. And I've got the whiteboard mark. Actually, I don't want this hanging on my belt. Okay, it's stuck. I'll give it to you once we start. All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for sticking around for one last session here. I'll try to make it as worth of your time as possible. So without further ado, I'm Bridger. I'll be your main presenter, and this is Leah, my tech support, and also giver out of treats for answering questions. All right. So without further ado, welcome to Know the Game. Why is it important to build a robot that can only do the challenges, but also win matches? All right, so a little bit of what we'll be doing today, a little bit of introduction, and kind of what inspired this slideshow, and then we'll work on understanding and then applying what we learned today in a little head-on-head activity with some prizes at the end for the best team. All right, so before we get rolling here, I'm kind of interested. What was your favorite FRC game, and why was that? Was it part strategy, or was it part of the game, etc.? Nice catch. What else we got out in the crowd? Fair enough. Those are not very aerodynamic. All right, let's go maroon shirt. Congratulations on that. Let's do one more, all the way in the back corner. Okay, we'll try to throw this a little better as we go here. We're still warming up. But as you can see, there's a lot of different points to the games, and there's a lot of different reasons to really like each game, or maybe even dislike the way the games are built. It all comes down to a lot about the strategies and whatnot. So let's break that down. So really, the biggest, one of the biggest examples of why knowing the game is so important would be Team 71. Doesn't seem like we have the audio, but really the kind of prefaces of this video would be how their team understood the game. They literally broke down the game pretty much when it came out and found a way that if they completed the mission of grabbing all 3 goals, which was an idea most teams kind of fantasized but gave up on, they could practically win every match without being contested. So, quoting their main mentor from 2002, you gotta know the game. We can kind of skip over the montage since we don't have the audio, so go ahead. All right, so breaking down games, right? You get that live stream that shows you this cool CAD model of a game and some funny little animation, But what does it all really mean? Well, the big categories really break down into 3, maybe 4 tropes. First off, shooter games. This is probably the one we're most familiar with because it's the most amplified in most of the FRC games, but it's any game where you're shooting any game component probably more than 4 feet into the air or over a distance to try to score. Then the second most prevalent would be pick and place games. Pick and place games, of course, are any game where you're probably racing across the field to go get a game component and then place it on any post or in certain shelving areas to get points. And then a slightly less prevalent one, but still kind of considered one of the main 3 types, are stacker games. There have only been 2 real stacker games in our First Robotics history, one being, yes, 2015, but they did pull it off more successfully in 2002 if you are one of the 2015 haters in the crowd. There also are terrain games. Terrain games only really having one example in First Robotics history being 2016. Yes, the Robonauts got a little goofy that year. Robots, of course, in terrain games actually are scoring points through their actual physical ability to run through open doors or conquer other terrain pieces. Yet again, you may know the 2009 game Lunacy, where the floor was just an ice level. If any of you have ever tried to play a Mario ice level, imagine that, but with your 120-pound robot. So today we'll really be focusing on these 2 types of games, maybe a little hot mention of stackers, but this will be our main focus, the 2 most prevalent. All right, so we'll be using Reefscape, as you're probably all mostly familiar with the game, and my team's robot, Team 3313 from Alexandria, Tidal Wave. So Reefscape is a pretty full game. There's a lot of different components in it. There was the source, the reef, the barge, the cages, the processor, AMP, and then the game pieces and the ground game pieces. We'll talk about more of these guys later. But let's start with probably the most important part of an FRC game to understand, the field. So this year's field was a little different than other FRC games, of course, because there were 2 distinct sides. And this is where the probably first big question that most teams have comes up. What about the defense? It's kind of similar to, yet again, one game we shall not say. But this year, there was one important thing to remember. Even though you could only have 1 robot playing defense, which is kind of the norm for a match, there were no protected zones for sources. This is the one kind of saving grace that a lot of defense teams started to pick up on. Now, when you're dividing your alliance, one major part you want to remember and kind of start deciding on when you're kind of bringing together a strategy for a season is what kind of role you want to play. And defense is great, and we've all probably done defense when the robot breaks or if we're a younger team that needs just that extra push. But there's also a way to play defense a bit more strategically, and what I usually call a spy or a sabotage bot. This year, there were also a lot of unprotected game pieces. I think a lot of us kind of saw some teams using algae stealing. Shout out to teams like Toolcats, probably a local known legend that had an autonomous that was able to steal that algae. But this opened up just a few more ways to score if you were maybe playing a partial defensive role. So if you have that 1 robot now playing defense and you want to focus on being one of the main cycle bots for a season, that opens up kind of 2 possibilities. Usually with this year, you would split up the reef. With that, you would kind of connect one of the 2 sources to a side. One of the major parts to kind of think about with your team is if you have the capabilities to do limelight, you might focus on these harder to reach areas in the back versus teams that prefer driver skill, which focus more on the front. But yet again, if you're planning for that defensive action, which most matches would have some level of, you would be able to adapt with your robot coming to the other source. So moving on, the next probably biggest part besides the field to a game is what you're actually manipulating. And that would come down to your game pieces. This year we had pretty much an infinite source, 2 game pieces, and a really weird ground game piece. Most games have these ground game pieces. Sorry, English is hard. But most games have this ground game piece. This year, though, since there were 2 game pieces, they chose to go a little funky and stack them on each other. We'll cover more of how that kind of creates some challenges later, but that's not usual. So our team specifically, we as 3313, we chose to focus on something. Instead of being an every bot where we try to complete every task, we made sure to focus down on one thing, and that was coral. So we, at the start of the year, decided we wanted to be coral only. We weren't going to go manipulate algae. We weren't going to be that sabotage bot, and we would play defense only if we needed to. So we went with the trough intake that a lot of teams did this year. With a trough intake, that allowed us to get the autonomous that we had been working on really smooth and really repeatable compared to using a ground intake. So on the other hand, with ground intakes, and yes, I'm using full metal jackets. Thank you guys for being our partners at NMRC. They used a ground intake that allowed them to, pick up the really odd game piece this year from the ground, but that also, with the specific design they used, they were able to, in autonomous, pick up this coral piece that was under an algae ball. So the next part, always circling back to that defensive aspect, you have matches where you're going to have someone shutting down your source. And from insider knowledge, because we were strategizing with them, there was talk of a way you could shut down defense on your source. That's flooding the area with the game piece. That way, your opponent that is trying to shut down a source with their full-bodied robot is just making a mess of the game pieces and probably pushing them closer to make cycle time shorter. Along with flooding the field, if you have a good human player, they can tend to chuck out that game piece more. That's where you start strategizing with how you want your human player to act in a match. As with a ground intake, that may have been slower than one that was intaking from the source to be as repeatable. They could get the game pieces out shorter to compensate for that, so they could have shorter cycle times. The only downside with this, and this is somewhat rare in this game but has been seen in other games, is if other teams have ground intakes and playing that sabotage role, they can just come and steal your game pieces. So we've talked a lot about coral and kind of focusing on that. What if you're a team that wants to be a little different, or you want to fill a different kind of niche, or you're going to build every bot that can do everything? You got secondary missions. This year was a really prevalent secondary mission, algae. So deciding where you want algae to go, do you want it to go in the barge, or do you want it to go into the sort? Do you want it to go in the processor? Now, there's a lot of reasons why you might choose one or the other. There might be build limitations, or your team might have just a really good idea on how to manipulate one. But when breaking down the game into its core numbers, it comes down to ranking points. Now, this year, there were a good amount of ranking points. You could kind of focus in on which ones you wanted to. But if you wanted to make sure you got certain ranking points, you might want to focus algae in certain spots, so you might build your robot in certain ways. This year, if you wanted to get that cooperation-based reef ranking point, you would definitely focus in on the processor. Now, on the other hand, as we probably all learned the hard way, or predicted if you broke down the game pretty well, more of the ranking points came from what won more matches, being the barge, or being that kind of match decider. So with secondary missions, it kind of comes down to your focus. Do you want to focus on a secondary mission like algae, or do you want to focus in on the main mission of coral? Or are you going to be a team that can put it all together and be a combination of both, hopefully not being detrimental to one option or the other? And now probably the burning question everybody has for each game reveal: what's the end game going to be? Like I said, Reefscape's a pretty full game, so they definitely gave us some options in end game too. You could go with a high climb, a low climb, or a park. Those were your 3 main options in endgame, but you could also, of course, skip it all entirely. personally, when you're designing your strategy for the season before you start designing your robot, I would usually just say to take into the end game. That usually kind of leads to a lot of people looking at your robot. Can you complete this end game? Can you get this ranking point with us? Especially this year with that barge ranking point. Other years you might want to usually have some version of an end game. Even if it's a high climb, still having that end game option makes you pretty applicable to team strategies. The only time I would say to skip an end game would be if you have a confident idea that you can keep cycling game pieces to maybe eke out a match. But I wouldn't put that into your design strategy for a season. So like I said, it comes down to your ranking points. So kind of summing it up, you've got 3.5 Fs. You've got your field. You want to understand the field's intricacies, have offensive and defensive paths, and look to a similar past games for meta kind of defining options. If it's a shooting game, you're going to look for other games that use shooting elements. This game, you're going to look for pick and place history. Your second F is focus. What do you really want to focus on? Our team, we focused on coral. Other teams, they focused on algae, and even then, you can have teams that focus on everything and do it really well, and other teams can focus on everything and not do it all so well. So it really comes down to what are your team's limitations or strategies before you start designing a robot around that strategy. And then finally, there's the final. You want to dissect the end game, know all your options, and then yet again have those defensive and offensive plans. Do you want to have a robot that's going to be able to climb really fast so then you can cycle more? Or do you want to have a really consistent climb or end game balance, which then can usually sacrifice cycle times? And then finally, you've got the other. That's kind of like the half F. Really, it's just kind of what are the X factors. In 2024, you couldn't have any gaps in your bumper, so you really had two options on how you wanted to manipulate the game piece, either under or over bumper. Otherwise, you could have other limitations that come from the rule book changing each year, especially a hot topic this year being bumper regulations. But it's pretty much what's your robot's real estate and what changes in between years. So before we get on to that activity, and you can click it one more time so you don't have to watch the eye bleed of some more GIFs. Do you have any questions before we get into a bit of an team activity? I don't bite. I hope I did. All right. So yeah, I had already printed them and laminated them before I caught a few spelling mistakes. I do apologize for that on these sheets you'll be working on. But with the time we have, I'll start with 10 minutes and then we can kind of push it there if teams need more time. But we're going to split up into 3 groups. So you can kind of intermingle, meet some other teams, and using what we learned kind of from the slideshow, I have some laminated sheets so you can kind of break down a game of your choosing from FRC history. Yes, I have it memorized, so I can help you out with that, and kind of present to see who can design the better robot, and I've got a few little prizes for the best team. All right, so like I said, we'll be either working with shooter or pick and place games. These two are just too out there to really do in this shorter time frame. So if you want to, can you go back one? If you want to now kind of divide up into 3 groups, kind of try to be a little even, and we'll then let teams kind of pick their games. Yeah, that'll probably work better. We'll have this third of the room, if you want to go with your team, so you're not cut off from that. Yeah, that actually probably worked better, dividing it this way. So if these 2 rows want to be a team, if these, yeah. If these 2, and then kind of this whole back cluster. Record your group's work. Okay. So I'll get some. Do you guys want to be? you guys get first dibs. You want to be red alliance, blue alliance, or green alliance? Red whiteboard marker it is. Also, while I'm going around, here's a pre-filled out sheet. If you want to pass that around real quick. Here will be your guys' worksheet. Do you guys want to be the green alliance or the blue alliance? I'm hearing some green. There's a filled out worksheet that they'll when you guys are done. When you guys are done looking at that one, send that one back to the group behind you. Thank you. Okay, you guys get the secret fourth option. Do you want to be the blue alliance or the black alliance? All right, that'll make reading your worksheet easier. So I have a pre-filled worksheet coming around, kind of a demonstration of one game. That one will be yours, so I'll also give you guys the magical eraser marker. But you guys get to just quick erase the third sheet. I didn't think I would actually have this many people sign up for my class. All right. So it looks like we have teams kind of put together here. So starting in the front, what category of game do you want to play? Shooter or pick and place? All right. So here are your shooter game options going all the way back to 2004. Crescendo it is. All right. For other teams, Crescendo is now off the board. Middle group, are you feeling pick and place or shooter? All right. So 2024 is off the board. What game do you guys want to try? Also, feel free to use your phones to look up the game reveals, so like you don't have to dig through your memories on. Rapid React, good choice. All right, and finally, back group. What are you guys feeling? Pick and place or shooter? I hear one for pick and place. You guys also want to do shooter? All right, so the bottom two are off the board. What are you guys feeling? I'm hearing Steamworks. All right. So we have 2017, 24, and 22. So if you want to like click forward a few. You guys will have 10 minutes, and we'll up that time probably. 10 minutes is probably a little short, but can I have the example sheet? Thank you. I'll let you guys add it, and I'll check back in once the timer kind of hits like 5 minutes. Have at thee. So for you guys, I need to get this sheet to group 3 because this is their worksheet, but this one is kind of just a filled out example if you want to run it through your group just real fast. Bronson, it kind of looks like you abandoned your group. How do you feel?
I'm part of the presentation.
Dude's just a camera in the crowd. Actually, I have my water bottle over there. What I'm not doing.
Should I keep recording?
If you want to maybe pause it and come back at the 5-minute mark, that'd probably be good. So really just kind of like which team gives me the best pitch.
Oh, okay.
So we'll do a panel of 3, so like tiebreakers.
I don't want that one.
Not just you.
I'm fine doing that too.
I just got done teaching the class on failure. Our class on failure was sponsored by.
Oh no.
I mean, admittedly, it's probably the game that actually got me into FIRST Robotics, so I can't hate on it too much. Also, admittedly, if we want to talk a little conspiracy theory, I have a feeling this year's gonna be a stacking game.
That's the first one. The game with those big square boxes or yellow box things on the screen.
Charged Up 2018.
Whatever it was called. What a great game for spectators.
Supposed to be closer.
You can sit back, you can see what's going on, you see the scale, like, oh, it's going to go. You don't have to explain the game. You can see what's going on.
Yeah.
And just a game like that, from an audience perspective, is kind of neat. Very visual, you know. Sometimes you're trying to stack something or put something, and you're trying to see, did they get one on the thing? You can't really see.
And if memory serves me too, that was because the game scored by seconds, it got really high points. So like people really would get hyped when those numbers would like break 500 or around that.
I can't remember what it was called.
2018 Charged Up? Or no, yeah, Power Up. Because it was the video game one, yeah. I get Charged Up and Power Up mixed up.
Those yellow squared box things. I can't even remember the name of the games.
I turned all the games into a board game, so I have like the entire history memorized.
I can tell you these ones that aren't here.
All right, tell me Zone Zeal.
No, I'm telling you, like, name the games that aren't here. So I can give you, like, 2 off the top of my head.
Yeah, none of those are actually on here.
I can give you Rescape, and I can give you Crescendo.
Yeah, these are all the classic style posters FIRST Robotics would do.
I like that one.
2007 Rack and Roll. That was a fun game to watch online. Admittedly, I say it like I was there.
Is there a FIRST Robotics YouTube video that Bridger has not watched? That's the real question.
A lot. I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. No, I'm not. Looks about like there's about 5 minutes left on the clock. How are teams feeling? Red Alliance. Green Alliance. How are you guys feeling? And how are you guys feeling? Very helpful.
Work with your group.
I'm getting a prize.
Okay, I got him. That marching band shake was pretty nice. You want to hear about my other team?
We have marching band, we have also First Nerd, and then we have HDMI cords.
Y'all won't have to have a charge card for the car ride.
Okay, I'm sorry. HDMI is a scam.
What?
HDMI is a big corporate
It
scam.
literally is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone just use DisplayPort.
Yes. We're actually doing a DisplayPort unit in our computer tech class. appendicitis.
Chemistry too. It's like much easier, and I'm actually a good professor. I just hate chemistry. I don't pay attention.
AP chemistry class.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, most of my classes they don't care. Like you might see my phone, but like my math teacher the other day, she was like, just one of the people in the back, she's like, bring your phone up here. I was like, oh my god, what are we in middle school?
Yes, you are.
Every test I had in AP chemistry, I was like, I should probably just jump out that window.
I shouldn't have that about just going to chemistry in general. I hate chemistry. I want to take physics.
Doyle is horrible because for the labs too, you have to finish it by the next class period. The lab.
Doyle was supposed to be watching our class, and I don't think he was. What does he look like?
I've never had Doyle.
Is he bald? Is he bald?
He's not quite bald. He is short.
He's
Then
shaggy.
no, it wasn't him. I didn't think it was. But
All right, Bronson. Pop quiz. As a friend that worked with me on the first history breakdown, what team started a rug rage that is now one of the most prolific teams in first history? What team was started during the rug rage season that is now one of the most prolific teams? Cheesy actually started in Zone Zeal. Or no, sorry. They started in Cooperations. It was the Robo Wranglers. Also, don't worry. I'm asking these guys it.
What number is Robo Wranglers?
Like to 125
I was thinking
or
Wild
124. Sorry.
Stags.
Yeah, 111 Wild Stags.
Did they start the year too?
No, they were a founding member. They started in Maze Craze, 1992, the Corn Game. Hear me out. 2027 Grits Blitz.
And you have to drive on sand.
Oh no, just a pit of sand. Auger Drive, Auger Swerve.
to add to Gonner's Sears Santa, you should do a quarter so you can trace tread.
Oh, that's mean. I like that.
How do you even get into a crash?
He just hit a really bad ice pat. So it was that day where we
Yeah, I saw his crash. I just didn't notice him until I said so.
Yeah, he just hit the windy part in between where like there's no trees. It's just the wind tunnel, ice formed, and
Yeah, that's why I waited that day until I could leave.
yeah, same. But he has an open block, so he always leaves an hour early.
So his bonus.
We've hit end game of designing your robots. You got 30 seconds left, unless all teams need like a good amount more time.
Yeah, I have a full day on.
We end at like 3:15,
3 days, and I got
right? Okay.
class, Cardinal fans.
Why is Bronson taking up your computer right now, Leah?
I don't know. He just like keeps stepping this way.
You should let me hide behind you when Ruby does like a little speech thing.
You can have me anytime.
Why you guys? Oh, I am. What was the Bridger quote? Small mark.
All right. Just to get a read of the room, how are our teams coming with their kind of design strategies? You guys are done. How about the middle team? You and the back. Do you guys all want like another, let's say, like 5 minutes? All right. Can you back that up? Yeah. Perfect.
So why am I not presenting a school presentation?
Remember last time? We're just like, yeah, you can just read off the slideshow. I'm like reading it, and my eyes wander over Gunner, and he's like, great.
Nice, you're coming to place too.
Yes, please.
Roast over singles.
No, I know you guys.
Back to you guys, how many people do you think we can execute on the team by running them at the stage?
What do you mean?
That would just be me because I'm a redhead.
No, actually, we're taking you.
No, you're gonna be the Flames.
Yeah,
Okay, just wait for a second. Leah, what are we doing? Bronson, how's it going?
What do you got?
Come on, you
Are you enjoying this? I'm the one actually presenting.
I was texting her.
Would you want to make a cameo in our, we're doing like a little vlog for the day? Okay. I don't think we can be talking about this, you know? So are you with CIS?
Should be enough clues.
Oh, yeah. I gotta say, this whole show you put on, I've enjoyed presenting, well, I guess for the past year and now like 2, but.
Jumpstart?
Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite things we do in First Robotics.
It's growing quite large, and yeah, we're happy to share our child with everybody, I suppose, so you want to call it. At our height, you've been around for a few years?
Yeah, I've been in First Robotics for going on 8 years now. I started in Alexandria 3313. I started on our FLL team back in 2019, so this is my 3rd year with the high school team. But no, I've loved just competitive robotics that isn't just smashing them apart.
At its height, Jumpstart St. Cloud was at 1,000 to 1,200 students and mentors. We've scaled that back now because we have Jumpstart Medtronic down in the city, Jumpstart Fargo. Those teams that would normally have come here have their own Jumpstarts right now. This is actually going out to Fargo. Fargo's bringing in streams here. And then Nebraska is watching our streams this weekend. They're going to do Jumpstart next year. But Medtronic has actually opened this up to their corporate. And there's other Medtronic buildings that put on sessions for the teams in those areas. So
that's awesome.
We've branded Jumpstart, and here's the format, and here's the schedule, how it works, because it works really well, right? And let the teams use that format.
I also gotta say, last year was my first year getting to go to Worlds, and that's such an amazing experience. But seeing you, I mean, it's a hard challenge too. Seeing you guys make it to Worlds, your team is just like amazingly impressive. Like, congratulations.
Yeah, and now I wasn't always with Becker. I was originally with Grand City Gears in St. Cloud before the team disbanded.
Okay.
You look at all these teams, and you go to Worlds, and you see all these big teams at Worlds too. They're no different than anybody else in this room. They build things a little bit different. They might be a little bit more efficient, but really they have the same problems that we all have. They build the same robots. And once you start seeing that, you realize like you're not that far off to break that. And then you start getting into these sessions and doing these types of events. Your teams will they're just nothing but numbers.
Yeah.
Don't live on an island. That's the biggest thing. Reach out and work with teams around. The downside of being on the top of the hill, a lot of people are chasing you and trying to knock you down. So there's a lot of great teams in the area right now. That go to Jumpstart and part of our hub, and even to build up the NMRC. I work with the NMRC a lot too. You see me out there a lot too. These hubs and hacks have escalated a lot of teams. There's your timer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the positive.
Yeah, absolutely. Click it. There we go. All right. That's probably all the time I'm actually able to give you guys if we want to get this done on time. So how's every team feeling? All right. So the way we'll kind of judge this is I'll have kind of my co-judges. We'll all listen in on you guys kind of explain it, and then they'll look over your sheet. There's no official kind of score. We're just kind of playing by vibes here. But otherwise, let's start in the middle. Before you start, can you remind me what game you guys chose? Rapid React, 2 balls, center goal. Okay. All right.
Keep the robots contained in an area. Try to somewhere. For auto, 5-ball auto. For defense and auto, maybe rolling your ball from the player into one of their balls, and that robot will pick it up and shoot. Conflicts, limited balls, so you can't score points, upper, lower, overall robot design. And then for our picture, or if we were running on time, so another sketch, we would have double intake 4-bar that could pick up the balls and put it in a tower thing. And then in that tower has a color sensor and then a terrain. So we can shoot whatever angle or whatever. And then for climb, we have these 2 arms, like 16 feet. And these pulled up and swing the high bar.
All right. Sounds good.
Think about it.
Look, I barely know everyone on my team, so.
Congratulations to the Green Alliance. All right. What'd we cook up on the front here?
I think we'll probably talk about this because this all kind of follow us. Our main game we chose was Crescendo. In terms of just fields, we had for defense, we had the source defense, choke points, and obviously sources, all that.
Yeah, so for defense, I had source defense, line defense. So along midline, source defense, especially at special
back team here.
Yeah.
What did you guys cook up?
Show them how it's done.
You got it. You got it. I believe
So
you.
we did the Steamworks for auto. We're gonna do remote boiler shop. We're not gonna do any defense. Main conflict would be when the hopper loss, everything comes out. For pointer rings, all rotors spinning, 40 points from fuel, and then overall robot strategy, fuel ground pickup with boiler shop. Our main game piece would be the overalls and our back.
And I can take that marker off my hands too. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So.
I like this one because it had the double intake. So I thought that was a cool idea.
I like their, they talked a lot about defense.
Yeah.
And this one just out, we think.
It's kind of hard though because I understand that as much as Steamworks hard. Yeah.
So. Alright, so it's down to green or red. What are we feeling? Red has more autonomous focus. Or no. They talk a lot about autonomous. They talk about defense and autonomous using the human players to knock balls out of the way. They talked about choke points, but I feel like theirs, they did a bit more understanding on the robot itself, which is kind of the goal here. So middle alliance screen. All right. Yep. We've got it. All right. We have deliberated. And the alliance that we feel kind of took the most understanding of the game and kind of put it all into the concepts they wanted behind a robot before designing it itself is the Middle Alliance. I want to say, though, there were great concepts from all three of you. Genuinely, it kind of came down to just a little bit of the defensive autonomous you guys were talking about. All right. So we have a big box of Welch's gummies. Everybody can go take those. But the Winter Alliance, like I said, I didn't think I would have this many people. So feel free to figure out who gets the Capri Suns. And then, yet again, on your way out, everybody, feel free to lift the weight of these Welch's gummies off Team 3313's hand. Thank you for all coming. And Violet, if you want to hit my contacts page,